Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Trent Bridge Live on a lovely, sunny Sunday morning. Now, today is day 3 in this Division 1 top of the table clash between Nottinghamshire and Sussex. Now, on day 3, we usually say it's moving day, but this game has really moved on in the past 2 days. Sussex currently lead by 64 runs. They're on 195 for 7 in their second innings, so it really has shifted quite a lot in these past 2 days. But let's remind you of all the action from yesterday, because it was a bumper day here at Trent Bridge, and we'll do that with the day 2 highlights.
Our end of the ground, the Ratcliffe Road end, and the first of almost 600 legal deliveries on the day is a dot ball dropped on the leg side.
It hard towards us, in and bowls and picks a wicket with his first ball of the day, and Jack Haynes is on his way. Racing in and bowls to Hamid, who plays between third slip and backward point. The ball races away for 4 runs down to the third man boundary. Susan bowls, Aberrated is caught, and a good catch by James Coles, low down to his right hand side. Runs away from us, in and bowls, nicked and behind, and Ollie Robson picks up a wicket, caught by John Simpson.
Bowls now to Paddison White. He's turned this to leg, and it's going to go for 4. It was didn't want the ground to be flooded again.
Robinson in bowls, and a good catch by Tom Clark. Ollie Robinson picks his 3rd wicket of the innings, and yet another excellent catch.
A bit for the bowlers at the moment, and Hutton will cut this away for 4 of the innings. Bowls edged, and that's another good slip catch, and Seals has got another one. Really good catch. Robinson in again, short, and Paddison White pulls this away onto the leg side for...
Wicket bowl. Oh, crumbs almighty. Well, he's. Let's see if he got anything on that. Yes, he did. He got an inside edge on that. It's gone down to fine leg for 4 runs.
5 foot. That's a glorious shot by Josh Tong down the ground, and that's going to take the Notts lead.
Paddison White, who is nudging to second slip. That's another excellent slip catch. And in again, bowls right up in the block hole, and they could be the 4 that are needed. The ball is going away towards the third man boundary. James Coles in hot pursuit. Is he going to put it back? No, he doesn't.
Imperial country he's bowled him. Lovely ball from Carson, punch of the air from the spinner as the innings ends. Brett Hutton, 4 wickets in the first innings, bowls, and 4 more runs to Haynes. That's 3 boundaries in this innings, and there's another one, and again you have to say there's an element of good fortune. Soon fall out of favour.
O'Neill again bowls to Haynes. Well, that's dear, I don't know what happened there, whether they buys or did he get a nick on. Well, they are buys. O'Neill in bowls, cut away by Haynes. That's a super shot, and that
they're generally out and about, very much a presence. There's a wicket as Farhan Ahmed bowls to Hughes. He's gone to cut it away, and I think he's just nicked it into the gloves of the keeper. Tom Clark, who's on 2, left-hander, goes to sweep, and he's out. Oh dear, first ball of the over. It was a little ambitious. It's O'Neill in again, bowls, and a wicket, and Allsop goes for 4, and Fergus O'Neill does get that first wicket of the match. Able to do its job fully. A wonderful caught and bowl from O'Neill. Back to the spinner, won't be advancing down the track very far to O'Neill, who bowls outside edge 4 runs. Matches in Division 2 after this delivery from O'Neill. The ball's now edged and caught. Now that is a super catch from Ben Duckett. It's Tong again, and gets a wicket. It's Coles, the right-hander, 150 for 6.
Right, already back to his marking, comes in off a dozen pace run-up bowls to Hudson Prentice, who is stumped. And I have to say, that is not very clever cricket.
Well, they've both gone back and
that'd be funny.
Relayed the information to their team, and both thought they were batting. Turned away nicely by Carson, through leg for 4. Don't know who yellow card is, Jamie.
O'Neill bowls. Good shot by Jack Carson. Now Brett Hutton is in, I'm going to say hot pursuit. Not really in hot pursuit. The ball runs across the area where the nets are. The sun is out. Bowls to Carson, who is going to pick up a boundary that was in the air. Over mid-wicket, there was a dive in there by... Who was that in mid-wicket? So, last ball of the day. O'Neill is in. Bowls to Carson, who's solidly forward, plays to mid-wicket. Well, I like to be balanced in my commentaries, but well done, Jack. He's held out the final over.
Okay, so they were the highlights from day 2 yesterday. A real good day of cricket there. Some amazing field work as well in the slip cordon, and also from Fergus O'Neill. What a catch he made off his own bowling. So Notts in a real positive place coming into today, but there's still plenty of work to be done today. So what did assistant head coach Paul Franks make of Notts' performance on day 2, and what lies ahead on day 3? Well, here's what he had to say at the end of day 2.
Paul, it's a game on fast forward. What's your assessment of day 2?
Yeah, very much that, actually. The game's moved really quickly. I think it's been a fantastic game of cricket so far. Really good cricket pitch, pace and bounce, and we've seen good bowlers thrive on it, and good batsmen have the ability to make runs, and partnerships have been at a premium. It's the type of pitch where it feels like the ball dominates the bat for a bit, and then guys get in and it just settles down. So I think on the whole, happy with where we're at in the game, but by no means taking that for granted.
Yeah, there have still been those periods, haven't
Yeah.
there, where batters have got in and maybe it's been harder to find wickets. How have you been impressed with the way Notts have retained that focus during those periods?
Yeah, we were a little bit sloppy at the start of the second innings. If we're holding ourselves to high standards, right, and we want to make sure we keep achieving more. And the guys weren't happy with the lengths we bowled at the start of the innings, but I think we bounced back really strongly. Led by Farhan, actually, ironically, who got us going again, as he has done so many times in the recent past, and Fergus followed in after that, and we got some real nice momentum going in that final session, and we just kept chipping away. So I thought we gained control again after they got off to a solid start in the second innings, and yeah, poised really nicely at the end of day 2.
Some excellent catches as well, not least from Fergus off his own bowling.
Yeah, Fergus off his own bowling, ducky low to his left. I mean, they're world-class catching. We pride ourselves on the work we put in to our close to the wicket catching. It doesn't mean you're going to catch them in the game. It means you give yourself the best chance to be as good as you can be, and that's all we ask.
In the context of what we've seen this afternoon and evening as well, how valuable were some of those late runs that Notts got earlier on today?
Yeah, very valuable. I think 300 was a good score. Obviously, it gets us that extra batting bonus point. We're trying to value every one of those we can. But the guys down the order pride themselves on being able to stretch out nice partnerships. Thought Josh played really well to be able to do that. And those extra 25, 30 runs might prove really valuable in the end.
And in the context of maybe last year, first innings runs being an area where there was room for improvement, how satisfying has it been to see good first innings totals throughout the competition so far?
Yeah, that's always satisfying. I don't think that it was just first innings runs we were looking to improve on, though. So let's not hide behind that. I think we knew there was room for improvement in lots of spaces, and we knew that we had to try and raise our standards in lots of areas. So I think, look, we're not taking anything for granted here. This is about maintaining those standards that we've set, making sure we keep striving for more.
A lot of time left in the game, of course, still 2 days of the scheduled game to go. So how do you go about focusing minds in that dressing room ahead of day 3?
You just stay where you are in the game. We've been trying to stay in each session as much as we can, trying to make sure that you're in each session and competing as much as you can. Take stock at the end of each session. When games are moving in, like you mentioned, fast forward, which this sort of feels like it is, it's easy to get distracted and start thinking about the finish line. We're trying to stay in the moment, make sure we win the next block of play, give ourselves the best chance to be in position to capitalise on that moving forward.
Cheers, Paul.
Pleasure.
Wise words, as always, from the General there, Paul Franks, at the end of day 2. Now, the players are making their way down the stairs and onto the pitch. Yesterday saw a great day for Nottinghamshire sport, even. Mansfield Town, they secured League One status once again. Notts County, they secured a playoff place in League Two. Today could be another great day for Nottinghamshire sport, obviously here at Trent Bridge, and then we obviously wish Nottingham Forest well down at Wembley later on today. So it's potentially a great day of sport here, and the people to talk you through it are always here. It's Adrian and it's Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning, everybody. Huge thanks to Aaron Lord for setting the day up on Trent Bridge live on the live stream there. If you're joining us on the BBC Sport website and app or via your smart speaker. A very good morning to you from the East Midlands, where the sun is shining, the sky is blue, and the cricket It's been riveting over the first couple of days. A really interesting match that has. I think those of you that have watched just watched the Paul Franks interview, I think the phrase there was, it's been on fast forward. Anyway, we're going into day 3. Will it be the final day? A lot of people assuming that this will be one way or another wrapped up today. We'll just have to see. And just to echo the thoughts there of Aaron Lord, to everybody on the way down to London, to Wembley today, all the very best. It's been a great few days for Nottinghamshire sport. Obviously the ice hockey last weekend, the playoffs secured by the Magpies yesterday, safety secured by Stags as well, and Nottinghamshire top of the table joint going into this round of matches with Sussex. A win here today, which I think they'll be favoured to do, would see them go quite a way clear. And I think after 4 rounds of the county championship, or the Notts certainly have played 4 matches, 1 or 2 other sides yet to play their 4th round, Notts with a bye week next week. I think Notts will be very pleased with how they've begun the season. So we're going to get underway, as I say, in bright sunshine. Very warm, formal welcome to you to Trent Bridge for day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Notts and Sussex. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. To my right, wondering if he's done the right thing in checking out of his hotel, or whether he's going to be back here tomorrow morning witnessing a come-from-behind victory for his beloved Sussex. It's the voice of Sussex cricket. A very good morning once again to Adrian Harms.
Morning, Dave. Lovely to see you. Thank you for the welcome. I've had a thoroughly enjoyable time up here. Clearly Sussex are behind the game here. I actually haven't checked out the hotel. I've got to make a decision by 2 o'clock. So I did clear the room out, so I haven't got to go back. But you never know.
You never know.
Stranger things have happened, but Notts heavy favourites here, and let's be honest, they've been the better side during the opening 2 days. It's interesting here with Paul Franks. I thought everything he said made absolute sense, and I think it's been a very good cricket wicket. So well done to the ground staff here as well, because it's has been in it for everybody, and I thought Paul summed it up really well there.
Going to get underway with Josh Tong to bowl from the Stuart Broad end. So a recap: Sussex 195 for 7. They lead by 64 runs. Not going to worry Notts with that sort of lead, but John Simpson, who's on strike, and Jack Carson played nicely yesterday, as the first ball of the day is a loosener from Tong, goes down the leg side. This partnership worth 28, and at 195 for 7. The overnight batters, they've certainly got the conditions.
Oh yeah,
they've got a ball that's now entering its 65th over old, so an hour from now, if Notts haven't done the job before then, they will have a second new ball available, and this opening hour might be an interesting one for all concerned. Another one speared down the leg side, good stop by Verena. Just a quick word on what's happening elsewhere. Of course, just 5 matches in the county championship this week. One was wrapped up yesterday with Durham defeating Worcestershire in 2 days, but also the women are back in action. The Blaze are up in the northeast playing Durham women. Durham are batting their 36 for 1, a wicket for Grace Ballinger. And there's Tong, and the first run of the day is just guided down to third man by John Simpson. So Sussex up and running, 196 for 7. If you've been on the moon or under a rock, or you've for whatever reason not managed to just follow the first 2 days, Sussex made 169. Notts came roaring back and went past them and secured 2 batting points in making a first innings score of 300. So Notts had a first innings lead of 131, and now Sussex just trying to set Notts a difficult, tricky second innings target later on in the day. Presumably they're 196 for 7 now, leading by 65, but you just feel that much of the damage has probably been done in this Sussex innings. 3 wickets to Fergus O'Neill, 2 for the spinner Farhan Ahmed, and wickets as well for Josh Tong and Liam Patterson-White. So Sussex really do need the lower order to rack up some runs. We've got the right-hander Carson on strike, so a little delay whilst everybody had swapped over. Notts have got 3 slips and a short leg as Josh Tong comes in and bowls, and the first delivery on the mark, and it's defended by Carson. There's a quick update for local radio. idyllic conditions here. This day 3, and Notts will be hoping it's the final day as well, as they look to cement their position at the top of the Division 1 table against their nearest rivals. Notts have dominated most of the first 2 days. They just need 3 more wickets and then set about a tricky run chase. Sussex 196 for 7, leading by 65. There's Josh Tong bowling, and that one past the outside edge. Verena's claiming that there was a little tickle on that. The ball certainly moved appreciably once it had got past Carson and his bat, and Verena, I think it was a polite inquiry as much as anything, but if it wasn't that obvious out there, it's very difficult for the umpire to hear anything. It's one of those where you need snicko, isn't it?
Yeah. I must admit, for it was a good delivery, and certainly played a misty Jack Carson.
Final ball of the 65th over. That's Tong from the broad end, and the ball is hit down towards that end by Carson. He'll probably get a couple of runs here. Seba Mead, surprise, surprise, loses his floppy Sonat as he chases it down. 3 from that over. So Sussex move on to 198 for 7. Different cameraman in front of us today, Adrian. This is the new lad today. The new lad's out there.
He's got his. What's he got his hood up for?
I've no
It's
idea.
a lovely sunny day.
He's like me. He's a bit follically challenged, is Aaron, who has rushed from doing his on-pitch announcements and introductions to be the cameraman today. Obviously, one of the boys or girls has had a bit of a lie-in this morning, so Aaron's got to do a bit of camera work. Won't hurt him. Won't hurt him.
Interesting interview with Paul Franks. I agreed with everything that Paul said. I mean, I would say there have been 2 really important stages of this game. First of all, the fact that Nottinghamshire added 90 for their last 2 wickets, which was huge in the context of the game. To go from 210, if Sussex could have picked up those last couple of wickets, then a lead of 50, but a lead of 131. So that was a big point in the match. Fergus O'Neill, I'll come back to the second one in a minute, is running away from us. His last game for Nottinghamshire for this season comes in and bowls to John Simpson, who turns that wristily down to fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 37, 199 for 7. And the other part, yesterday, when Sussex were 89 without loss, they then lost 7 for 78.
Yeah.
With the middle order the top of middle order. And I think we have to be honest, and you can only call it as you can, there were some indifferent shots in there as well. And that'll be frustrating for Sussex, because if they were sitting here this morning with a lead of maybe 150 already, and looking at maybe setting Notts a couple of hundred, this could still be an interesting game. There's a bit in the pitch, as Paul was saying, but Sussex are a long way adrift here of setting Notts a tricky target. O'Neill in bowls to Carson, who plays slightly across the line to mid-on, and there is no run. But I think we have to give credit as well to young. I mean, it's a game that's been dominated by the seamers, but I thought how well young Farhan Ahmed bowled yesterday.
Yeah.
He got that breakthrough, didn't he, when he got Daniel Hughes and then Tom Clark with a shot. I think he'll look back on him, I think he'll think he shouldn't really have played, and that began the collapse. O'Neill in bowls, Carson drives nicely. Well,
it was hit into the ground, but O'Neill's already taken one sharp Corton bowl, hasn't he, to get rid of Haynes.
I love the way he walks back to his mark. I do hate dawdlers.
Yeah.
Well, not hate, but it just annoys me. But he's a bit of a marcher back, isn't he? No hanging around. He's a bit like Ed Barnard, who always strides back.
Yep.
O'Neill in again bowls, and Carson plays firmly to mid-on. There is no run. So, distinct phases of the match. Paul Franks, after the game yesterday, I spoke to Ollie Robinson. Always good to catch up with Ollie. It's an interview you can hear on the Sussex website, and indeed the BBC website as well. Good to get his take on the match and how much he's enjoyed bowling with Jayden Seals, and talk about his fitness as well. The fact that he's bowling his much longer spells, says he feels very fit. In comes O'Neill bowls. Carson defends down the offside of the track, no run. So,
and you were spot on yesterday morning, mentioning the fact that Sussex had clearly had a bit of a think about who should bowl at which end yesterday morning, and it reaped immediate rewards, didn't it?
It did, and he felt there was a little bit of a slope, and they felt that it was better with Ollie bowling from this end and Jayden the other end, and certainly that certainly made a difference, because they bowled extremely well, the pair in tandem yesterday morning, got Sussex back into the game. O'Neill in again bowls, and Carson defends solidly to Mid-on there is no run. 199 for 7. Simpson 37. Carson 23. Just a quick word on Jack Carson. He made his season best score last year with about, he made 97 and averages 25. So he's, he's a very useful.
Yeah.
But he's now on 23, so I don't want to big Jack up too much. But he's very capable down the order.
Somewhat ironic there to hear you mentioning Ollie Robinson talking about a bit of a slope at Trent Bridge, somebody who half of his games are played on the biggest slope in the country.
They are.
This is as flat as a pancake compared to Hove.
Yeah, I think it's a minute slope they were talking about. Yeah.
Here's Josh Tong, presumably running downhill then. Bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler. Actually, here I think the actual table of the square is flat, but just over the years, all the loam and the extra soil and the seeding and whatever has sort of built it up just a touch. So at both ends, from the end of your run up, you're slightly just running uphill, only slightly. Like I say, it's nothing compared to Hove. Round the wicket comes Tong, and John Simpson, I think everything this morning's been out of the middle of the bat, pushes this to point. 199 for 7. 4 matches in total taking place today. The other 3 have also started on time. Division 1, Surrey 327 for 7. Replying to Somerset's 283, and in Division 2, Derbyshire 472, Middlesex 109 for 3 in reply, and Gloucestershire are 90 for 3 at home to Leicestershire in their second innings. And Simpson drives and knocks 2 stumps out at the other end.
Not bad luck, John. That was a good shot, wasn't it?
I went in the winter. I went temping bowling for the first time in about 40 years, and that was always the tricky one, wasn't it? With a temping bowling ball, to if you've got two left on the rare occasions on the day that I did have 2 left, how can you clip that one to hit that one? And somehow Simpson managed to uproot 2 stumps there in one go, which was a fine effort. Although he won't think that at the time, he'll think he just hit that 2 straight, won't he? He's lost 4 runs there. Tong round the wicket, bowls, Simpson defends. So yeah, again, Gloucestershire 91 for 3 at Bristol in their second innings. Leicestershire still to bat again, of course, because Gloucestershire lead by 81 with 7 wickets remaining. So a set fair, I would imagine, down there for a full day of cricket.
Yep.
Here, we don't know if it's going to be a short day or a long day. We don't know which of the results it will be. The probability of a draw has been put on the back burner for the time being as Tong round the wicket bowls and Simpson pushes it back to the bowler. Sussex's only hope you could imagine is to bat deep into the 3rd day and then have untold riches with the new ball against the Notts top order when Notts begin their run chase.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to see, isn't it, anything that a victory for Notts. I mean, a draw looks the least likely of the 3 possible results.
What do they call it? The win viz, the win probability that you sometimes see on your television screen as Tong bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side. Yeah, you'd imagine, that's the end of the over, 199 for 7, you'd imagine they'd have not sort of, I don't know, 90% favourites at the moment, but it can change, and the longer it goes on without a wicket going down this morning, the more Sussex will sense that there could be an heroic fight back. Chris Eubank Jr. like.
Yes, I didn't see. I listened.
I
to
listened.
The fight.
I listened. Yeah.
I didn't recognise the commentator. You were listening on 5 Live.
Yes.
I didn't recognise the
Ronald McIntosh.
Right. Okay. I didn't recognise him.
No, it's Ronald McIntosh.
But it seemed.
I quite like Ronald, and he's hugely passionate about it, and he's followed the sport for decades and a wonderful commentator. But he's a little bit like the golf commentators. They always talk about striking the golf ball and a shot on the golf course and whatever. Ronald always says moves to the centre of the boxing ring and in the blue corner of the boxing ring. And I know it's sort of stating the obvious, isn't it? They're in the ring, I think I'd say.
In comes O'Neill, bowls to Carson, defends down the other side of the Now, it's really interesting you say that, because I didn't know who the commentator was. I've never met the gentleman. I'm sure he's a very fine commentator. I found it really irritating
The boxing ring.
Yeah.
I noticed it.
I did. I was listening to it saying, I know they're in a boxing ring. You know. Isn't it funny? I was exactly the same.
But it's the same with the golfers. They always say striking the golf ball and out on the golf course.
O'Neill is in bowls. I'm sure people get. I'm sure people get irritated with me, but I say that was just something.
It's obviously a well, not a mannerism or a quirk. It's obviously the way they do it. Probably we don't say cricket enough.
No, perhaps we don't. I'm sure some say, well, you know.
Yeah, we should say cricket a little more as the cricket ball is lobbed back to Fergus O'Neill.
He's coming in.
It's the middle of his cricket bat.
From the Ratcliffe Owen bowls to Carlson, who stoutly defends down the offside of the track, no run. I should point out, I've listened to Ronald do a lot of the big fights, and I really enjoy his commentaries. But I noticed it last night. My good lady had gone upstairs. I think I don't know, she was watching Celebrity Gogglebox or something on the telly upstairs. So I'm all right. I'm going to listen to the radio and stuck it on. In comes O'Neill bowls. Carlson flicks nicely down to deep backward square leg. Picks up a single. Does Jackie goes to 24. That's the 200 up for Sussex. 200 for 7 means the lead is 69. In fact, I was multitasking. I had the fight on and I was watching Match of the Day at the same time.
Yeah, the 200 is brought up for Sussex. I'm not too tight to fork out for because it was on the old pay-per-view thing.
Yes.
But by the time. In fact, you and I put the world to rights, didn't you? We went and had a little glass of rehydration after the day's play yesterday, and a bit of a natter.
In comes O'Neill, bowls to Simpson, plays to mid-off, and there is.
So by the time I'd got home and what have you, we watched the old, is it 1%, the quiz programme with Lee Mack, and had a bit of something to eat, and that essentially was that. And then, like I say, my good lady was going upstairs. I thought, I'll stick the boxing on, and I just put it on the radio, and they were just introducing them in the ring. I thought, that's good time. It's be about 10:15, I guess.
Yes, it was, yeah. O'Neill round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who drives back down the pitch. O'Neill folds off his own bowling. There is no run. So Sussex have safely negotiated, 4 overs this morning? Yeah, 4 overs. They're 200 for 7. They've added 5 runs. Simpson 37, Carlson 24. Sussex leading by 69. So yeah, it was a good day all in all for Sussex sport yesterday, with Eubank winning and the Albion coming from behind to
Crystal Palace winning.
Snatch, the Albion coming to snatch 3 points against West Ham. So just need the cricketers to do their bit today.
But we, like I say, we had a little glass of rehydration together. We don't get the chance to catch up very often. Went in the Larwood and Vose, which is usually wall to wall with sports addicts and punters and people enjoying a little tipple and something to eat, and we're about 2 of the 7 or 8 people that were in there. It was a little surprising.
It was good to catch up, Dave.
It was. There's Josh Tonk looking to catch up with a wicket this morning. Bowls to the right-handed Carson, who eases this out onto the offside, and there's no run. Mentioned the Blaze. They're away at Chesterley Street in the women's competition, the Metrobank one-dayer. Durham now 50 for 1. The other matches today, Essex women playing Warwickshire, who were 38 for 5. Hampshire women 57 without loss at home to Surrey women, and Somerset women 26 for 2 at home to Lancashire. Yes. Josh Tong, balls drop down just to the left of short leg Ben Slater. Tomorrow, day 4, we've been dual-handed, haven't we, Adrian? You and I, for the first 3 days of this match. Tomorrow we should have had some backup. Chloe Brewer was going to join us, or is scheduled to join us. The Central Sparks and Warwickshire player. She's 7 not out for Warwickshire at the moment, so we might have had something to talk about with Chloe, but I'm just guessing her Monday plans are now very much up in the air as this is run to point and there's no run. In fact, if Chloe's here tomorrow morning, I just wonder if you and I will be here with her.
Well, yes. I mean, I think it's, well, as I say, we always keep saying that you never know with the great game.
No.
But I think it would be a surprise if we were here tomorrow. But Carson and Simpson are doing their best. Interesting, isn't it? I'm sure with Sussex, if you're Paul Farbrace, do you say you don't check out, do you? Because you want to give the, come on lads, we can still do this.
200 for 7. Next ball is a sharp bouncer, goes through to the keeper. Mark the Mod's with us from Sevenoaks. Good morning, Mark the Mod. Certain commentators, not on the BBC, is then put, often mention a cricket shot. Sometimes I maybe use it just to emphasise how good a shot one would be. That's a proper cricket shot, sort of just to emphasise it, but a bit of nonsense, really. Mark the Mod goes on. I'm recovering from my 2 days in Liverpool. This is Mark, who went off to watch, was it Shrek or somebody? There's an outside edge, and this has gone down to third man for 4 from the bat of Simpson. 204 for Shaq, not Shrek. Mark the Mod. I'm recovering from my 2 days in Liverpool, having a coffee, and one of Mrs. Mark the Mod's cupcakes. Come on, Notts, no mercy today. Is Mohammed Abbas in for the next 4-day game? Well, Notts have a bye week next week, as do Sussex, and then in the next match in a couple of weeks' time, they're at home to Hampshire and Mohammed Abbas. What about that for a debut for Mohammed Abbas against Hampshire? Yeah,
his old county. I remember seeing
he is scheduled to be here, Mark, for that one. Yeah,
I remember him playing down at Leicestershire as well, a few seasons back.
Well, Carson on strike. Digs this one out. Yeah, so that was 2019. He played for Leicestershire and got all those wickets in Division 2. Agreed to sign for Notts 2020, and he was going to play for Notts in 2020, but of course it was the COVID year and whatever, and he couldn't come across from Pakistan and blah, and by 2021 his plans had altered, Notts' plans had altered, and he signed for Hampshire, and of course he's had four great seasons with them, 21, 22, 23 and 24, and now Notts are getting more experienced Mohammed Abbas. Let's just hope he's still at the peak of his powers. 204 for 7.
I remember him bowling a spell to Luke Wells at Grace Road, and this may not be absolutely correct, but it was something like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 maidens on the spin, and Luke kept Abbas out, but it was just a brilliant piece of cricket. In comes O'Neill, round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who defends onto the onside, but he picks up a single to mid-on. Mead is very quickly round, gets in the throw, which is wide of the stumps and taken by a very athletic Carl Verena, who dives away to his left, and there is one more to the total. The lead is now 74, 205 for 7.
Don't know if it's ideal playing against his former side or not. I mean, there would be, be understandable. There'd be debut nerves anyway, wouldn't there, playing for a new team? Maybe some of those will dissipate because he's going to be bowling at people he knows well, or maybe it'll be heightened. We'll have to find out.
O'Neill in bowls to Carson, who stoutly and solidly forward plays to backward point, and there is no run.
Bent's with us again. Good morning, Bent. Good morning. Is this going to take all day? I don't know. I mean, they are the words he's put, but it's me emphasising. Is this going to take all day? Just kidding. I hope Sussex put up a stern resistance, making it into a good watch. Glad to have you with us, Bent, who's regularly dropped in his thoughts through the first 3 days. You're very welcome, Bent. Hope you are enjoying it.
In comes O'Neill. Over the wicket bowls. Carson defends solidly down the onside of the track. No run. Is Mark the Mod, or was he a mod?
I think that's...
Has he got a Lambretta?
I think that has raised its head a few times, and I think the answer is no. He's an exam moderator, a professional exam moderator. So he shortens it to Mark the Mod. But like you've just said, I assumed he was a mod and a rocker on Brighton, bit of quadrophenia.
In comes O'Neill bowls, hits Carson on the thigh, but the ball bounces on the onside. Yeah, I've got visions of Mark sitting there on his Lambretta and with his Parker on.
Yeah, on Brighton Seafront.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, back in the day.
Vim, down to Hove. Hawkey, football managers regularly, Dave, talk about the football club.
Yes,
that's also intensely annoying. Agree with you there, Hawkey. But
yes, they do. I'm sure they find us really annoying.
Yeah.
In comes O'Neill, bowls to Carson, who's solidly forward, showing O'Neill the maker's name. Played straight back down the leg side of the track. There is no run.
We do like to just talk about our observations in general, and very often it resonates with the public.
It does.
They think very often the same. But yeah, it was noticeable last night, wasn't it? Moving to the to the centre of the boxing ring.
It sounded like everyone was very magnanimous after the fight last night, which was quite refreshing.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Well, they're angling for a
rematch.
rematch.
Here comes O'Neill bowls short, and Castle thought about trying to hook that, but the ball ballooned over his head, and there is no run. So that's the end of the 6th over of the morning.
Yeah.
No wickets have gone down. Sussex have added, just 10 runs, and they lead by 74.
Yeah, I don't think Chris Eubanks sort of blinked an eye at being fined £375,000 for being slightly over, less than an ounce overweight or something silly, wasn't it? So if that's his fine, you wonder. I'd want a rematch. You wonder what the actual purse is that they were both getting.
Yeah, it was.
And considering it was just. Because it wasn't for a title or a belt or anything, was it?
No.
Or whatever. It was, the
the
good name of the family,
Yeah.
upholding the traditions of the family. Josh Tong from the boarded up pavilion end here at Trent Bridge, round the wicket. John Simpson pushes it into the offside. Now this is the 71st over. I presume Notts will be eyeing up that second new ball. So just going to be interesting what Asiba Mead does here, if he's going to keep O'Neill and Tong going for much longer, because quite frankly they'll be ready for a breather by if they keep going up until the 80th over. So I expect them to come out of the attack. Next ball short and pulled away by Simpson. Cries of catch, but it's nowhere near Fergus O'Neill, and Adrian's given a 6, and in fact both umpires have given a 6. The square leg umpire Ian Blackwell raised his arms to Martin Newell, and Martin Newell raised his arms to the scorers. 6 runs. It was a little bit top edgish. There was a cry of catch. Saw Fergus O'Neill, could just make out Fergus O'Neill down below us, because we have got the TV gantry partly obscuring our view, but it sailed over his head and has gone for half a dozen of your finest. And Simpson's on to 44, 211 for 7, and Sussex now take their lead up to 80. Next delivery is eased up to a Mead at mid-off, and I wonder if the caterers have had to alter their plans this morning, and there's going to be a nice roast on for Adrian.
Oh, I've been well looked after today. I have to say, the food's been splendid. Really, really good. I thought actually that shot with John Simpson, initially I thought he'd gloved it, because it seemed to spoon in the air, but he obviously got a little bit more than a glove on it.
Mark the Mod's come back. I'll read it in a second. 211 for 7. Oh, that's short. Okay, yeah, 1 for the over. So Mark the Mod, it sounds like he's telling me again. He's telling me something he's told me 25 times before. Dave, I'm a modern languages and English as a foreign language teacher and tutor. Thank you, Mark the Mod. Richard Cooper, thank goodness for being able to mute words on Twitter. What's that in relation to, Richard, I wonder? Bus trip over the road, I put. Next ball is just clothed a little bit up to Hutton at mid-on.
Apologies to anyone who's... Cause I've been asking for emails through the match, and the regular Sussex listeners will know that I seem to have occasional, well, probably more than occasional problems with emails, and today's one of those frustrating days. I can't get into the folder. So if you have sent an email to sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk and you think Adrian's being rude, I'm sorry, I'm not getting it in a minute. So I'm going to have to a reboot, I think, see if I can get it to work.
Tong in bowls again, nicely played by Simpson out onto the leg side for a single. 212 for 7, and Adrian is the technical one out of the two of us.
I don't think so, Dave.
Out of the two of us, you definitely are.
Oh, I'm dreadful. I'm dreadful. Anything technical, anything DIY.
Well, I'm even worse. End of the over, 212 for 7. 71 overs have gone in the innings. 7 overs this morning has seen in total 17 runs added. Seems more. It will always seem more when you're just watching a lead build. There is going to be the change, so O'Neill does come out of the attack, and it is going to be Brett Hutton from this end. Did leave the action yesterday, go off the field and then come back and bowl 2 overs seem to be okay.
I tell you, I bet it's warm work if you're pounding the streets of London today, Dave. I know that you want a nice day for the marathon,
Yeah,
but
I'm really disappointed we've had to be here at the cricket, otherwise
you'd have been pounding around
I'd
with
have been
it.
pounding the streets. Crikey. Now, good luck to everybody. They'll all be underway. I know there's a lot of... I'm sure there's the same with Manchester City, but I think there's quite a lot of Forest fans that are actually running the marathon and then making their way to Wembley later. What a sporting weekend that'll be to remember.
Brett Hutton comes in bowls for John Simpson, who plays that carefully through point and picks up a single down to the point boundary. One more to Simpson. He goes to 46, 213 for 7. I mean, the batting conditions are good today in that there's lots and lots of blue sky. As you say, if this was the first day of the match, you'd win the toss and you'd bat because it's a bat day. But I'm sure there's one or two in the Sussex dressing room thinking, oh, I could have just got my head down a little bit more. Sussex could have got themselves.
Yeah.
But that's all gone. I'm going to deliver a comment on this ball. I better nip next door for my 11:30 update as Hutton just pauses. Looks okay. Went left the field yesterday with an injury, but he seems to be all right this morning. He's in and bowled, and Carlson drives pleasantly to mid-off, fielded by me, and there is no run.
And this is his first bowl, I think, from this end in the second innings. The initial 4-over burst, and then the later 2 overs when he came back on the field were all from the broad end. Now he's bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. Umpire is Ian Blackwell at this end, the standing end, former all-rounder, slow left-armer, pugnacious middle-order hitter. As Carson blocks, as we looked up yesterday, played one Test match for England back in 2006 in Nagpur, India. Played 30-odd ODIs for his country as well. The square leg Mark Newell, former Sussex player. 213 for 7, the visitors, on a lovely, bright, sunny morning. Hutton bowls. There'll be a couple here. Farhan Ahmed chases after. In fact, it's just one run. Farhan got to the ball very quickly, moving sharply to his right at backward point. Felt the ball had got a decent head start on him, but that was nicely chased down by the teenager. 214 for 7. In the 72nd over. Hutton's going to go round the wicket to John Simpson, who's on 46. Faced 89 deliveries. The Sussex skipper came in. Fall of the 5th wicket. Hutton bowls, pushed into the offside. There'll only be one more. No real risks having been taken this morning by this pair. Simpson up to 47, 215 for 7. Sussex lead by 84. Certainly right now, very much looks as if this won't be done in the first session of day 3. Notts need 3 wickets, and at the moment they would need to chase down 85 runs, but no sign yet of making the initial breakthrough. Still Ollie Robinson and Jaden Seals to come as Brett Hutton comes pounding in. And the ball just on or around off stump is worked away square on the offside, out to Farhan Ahmed. And another single. And Hutton's come back over is complete. He's got odd looking figures because he only bowled 4 balls in an over yesterday before he went off, so both his and Josh Tong's figures look a little bit strange. Brett Hutton is 8.4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 30, and Josh Tong, who finished that particular over, he's bowled 15.2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 53. They're bowling in tandem at the moment. It is going to be Tong to continue. I think, with an eye on that second new ball, I'm sure Seba Mead might have to just get a few overs in from maybe Liam Patterson-White and Farhan Ahmed. We'll have to see. Still trying to pick up his first scalp of the morning here, and he's got Josh Tong bowling to Jack Carson, who's on 30. Played very nicely indeed, and the partnership is now up to 49. Here comes the pacey Tong with a short leg in there. He bowls, and Carson gets solidly behind it, eases it into the offside. Hamid loses his floppy sun hat, picks the ball up and lobs it from one side of the square to the other to Liam Patterson-White, who sets about working on the ball. He's got, or did have clean whites on at the start of the day today, Liam Patterson-White, because those yesterday were more scarlet than white. All the ball polishing he does. Tong past umpire Neil. Bowls worked to mid-wicket for a couple here by Carson. That was nicely turned. Brett Hutton's after it. They've run two. Hutton now loses his floppy sun hat. Frisbee style behind him. Two more. And that is the 50 partnership between Carson and Simpson. And Sussex's lead stretches to 87 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Sussex Sport. Nicely done by Simpson and Carson. And it's Carson who's led the way, Adrian, with 32 out of that 50-run partnership.
Yeah, he's a fierce competitor. I think I mentioned that yesterday. Is Jack Carson a useful lower-order player?
He's on strike again after taking a couple, and turns this in the same direction, but a little closer to Brett Hutton, so there's no run.
I mean, as you said, Dave, the new ball is 7 overs away after that one, which is the next sort of landmark that Sussex have got to somehow get themselves through. But as I say, you know, these two have just got their heads down. They've played any poor shots. They've just played every ball on its merits, and it's
one of yesterday's themes is there's a little drop into the offside, a push and run. Hamid losing his floppy sun hat, as always. Gets to it, underarms it, knocks out a stump, but by then Simpson was home. Single taken. Nigel King, did you manage to watch Dad's Army last night then after all? And he says, if not, it's going to be on the BBC iPlayer, Dave, for another 29 days. Dad's Army, Series 4, number 10, episode 10, The Test, starring Freddie Truman. Didn't we? Were as I say, we were working late and putting the world to rights. And and no, it had been on by the time, but that's good to know. I'll look out for that one. Thank you, Nigel. 219 for 7. It's worth a look, folks, if you haven't seen it. If you're a fan of Dad's Army, like the cricket intonation in that episode, as this is defended by Simpson. Matthew Mariner Chapel. Dave, I'm Matthew, the HGV. My name is Matthew, and I drive an HGV. Thank you, Matthew. Taking it one step further from Mark the Mod. Thank you, Matthew. We'll know you as Matthew the HGV from now on. Peterlee, which sounds like a place in the northeast, but isn't. Former Lancashire bowler, wasn't it? Peterlee, Northampton, Lancashire, back in the day. I don't think he's with us anymore, sadly. It's down the leg side, tickled away by Simpson, and O'Neill on the boundary edge does really well to prevent it crashing into the advertising boards. He's saved a couple of runs there. 2 to Simpson, 221 for 7. Peter Lee says, hi Dave and Adrian, missed the commentary yesterday as I was sat in the Smith Cooper stand. I made the decision last night not to travel from Yorkshire today for an hour's worth of cricket. I'm regretting it now, but I do have the pleasure of your company. Thank you very much, Peter, and it's the other way round. We have the pleasure of your company. I hope you enjoyed your day yesterday, and we're coming through loud and clear. Joy, says Joy Wallace-Taylor, with a... what do they call it? A Twitter, not the logo. What do you call them? Avatar. The Twitter avatar is of Brighton.
You told me you weren't technical. I'm impressed.
Well, I know the Brighton and Hove Albion Football Club. I know the football club crest. That's at the side of Joy's name. I'll come to you in a moment, Joy. But Adrian's just going to have a little look at Brett Hutton.
is running away from us from the Radcliffe Road end. It involves to Jack Carlson, who's stoutly forward, plays that into the offside, no run.
This is what happens, you see, when your email pops down. I get...
actually, they've come up again now,
oh, right,
so that's
okay.
good.
Hi, Dave and Adrian. Sussex and Albion fan here, living in Derbyshire, and here today in the Hound Road stand, enjoying the glorious sunshine. I did 10 kilometres at the gym yesterday. Not bad for a 60-year-old to help Brighton get 3 points. Not sure it will extend to a Sussex win. Lovely to hear from you, Joy. Hope you enjoy your day on the ground.
In comes Hutton again, bowls to Carsten. Very excellent piece of fielding. I have to say, I've been so impressed with the fielding in this match. The catching.
Yeah.
And Hasib Hamid, that's an excellent piece of fielding.
That's consecutive overs, is he, at the stumps?
It was drilled to mid-off. He had to move smartly to his left. He picked up the ball. He had one stump to aim at. He hit the stumps, and Jack Carlson, just for a minute, was just struggling to make his ground. Very, very good fielding indeed.
Yeah. Again, Adrian, can we thank Joy for getting in touch and congratulate her on her doing a 10 kilometres yesterday and here in the ground today, hoping for a Sussex fight back. Thank you, Joy.
In comes Hutton around the wicket bowls, short, and Simpson lets that go through to keep her at Verena, and there is no run.
Nigel also says on the back of his dad's army information, there's also 3 minutes of the video highlights of the boxing last night, Ubak and Ben, on the BBC Sport website. There is indeed, Nigel. Thank you very much. It should be Adrian and I plugging the BBC Sport website, but Nigel, happy to do it for us. Thank you, Nigel. Yeah, 3 minutes of the highlights. Saw a little bit on BBC Breakfast this morning, you know, the selected highlights and the interviews afterwards and what have you.
In comes Hutton again, round the wicket bowls. Simpson pulls down to fine leg, picks up a single, does John Simpson. He goes to his half century in 136 minutes in 94 balls, 4 fours and a 6. I'm sure if his dad Jack is listening, and Jack and Karen over in Spain are listening this morning. Well done, John, because he's been such a fabulous acquisition for Sussex, and you want your skips to lead for the front, whatever happens in the game, and Sussex are clearly very much up against it here. At least the skipper is showing the way to go.
I think he hates Notts. He always gets runs against Notts.
In comes Hutton, holding to Jack Carlson. Carlson drives, takes a hand off the bat, and the ball rather dribbles into the offside, and there is no run. Adam has been in touch. He says, thanks for the commentary and for being as non-partisan as you can be. It's a pet hate of mine that within football commentary teams there's often very obvious and frequently expressed bias towards one team. It's one of the many reasons I enjoy listening to county cricket, and long may it continue. Well, that's kind of you to say. And
I think very often local radio football is it is a it's a commentator and a summariser from that club or from that particular radio station, isn't it?
Hutton bowls, Carlson lets that go through to the keeper. There is no... No, you're absolutely right, yes.
If it's a... if you tune into BBC Sussex Sport to listen to Brighton and Hove Albion versus Liverpool, you don't really want the commentator and the summariser to be waxing lyrical about Liverpool all day. Yes, if they get a fine goal, you'll describe the fine goal, hopefully, and remark on its quality, but you don't want to go on and on. That was just a pouring.
I'm simple as well, believe me, Dave. And the other thing is as well that when you go around the counties, you meet. I've got to work with you for 3 days, 4 days, Dave, whatever it might be.
Nicely put.
And the other lads, and so it's good to all. It's good that we all get on, and
I think we're all of a like mind in that. Enjoy the good days, because there's a lot of bad days. I have seen Sussex hammer Notts. I've seen Notts hammer Sussex, and there's no point. It's the old coach's saying, isn't there? There's no point bigging them all up and getting too excited at a big win, because the next week you might be humbled and brought down to earth. You call it as you see it. Notts have had the better of this one so far, but whether it does pan out like that or not remains to be seen. But that's not to say that the next time these sides meet, it won't be the boot on the other foot. We're going to get a change. It's going to be Farhan Ahmed at 2:23 for 7. This will be the 75th over, so Tong and O'Neill, for the time being, have their have their little bit of rest. Here is Farhan Ahmed from the far end, bowls to John Simpson. This is dropped on the leg side. I go from some BBC impartiality here and as saying to a message that's come in from former Nottinghamshire player Andre Adams. Always lovely to hear from Andre. I'm not sure what part of the world he's in at the moment. He'll be somewhere exotic, no doubt. With his feet up with something refreshing not too far away. Watching on Dave, he says, stunning day it seems in Bridgeford. Hope the lads can get the job done. Always nice to beat the lads from the seaside, he says. That's Andre Adams. And I have a funny feeling down at Hove, Andre Adams, was it his 500th or his 600th first class wicket? It was Monty in a game we commentated on together.
Wow. Your memory's amazing for these. How on earth do you remember?
Don't let my good lady hear you say that. If she'll send me out with a shopping list, then I'll come back with something different as this is pushed onto the offside for a quick single. Lovely to hear from you, Dre. Hope all is well. 2:24 for 7. I'm sure he'll be back in England during the summer. He's been looking after one or two of the teams in the 100 as well as a coach. A lot of your old teammates are heading down to Wembley today. I know Samit's gone, Stuart Broad's gone. I see the Blaze are playing up at Chesterley Street. I don't know if Luke Fletcher's been excused Blaze coaching duties today. As Farhan bowls, LBW shout against Simpson not given, or whether he's been given time off for good behaviour. And he's a
big Forest fan, is he?
He's a massive Forest fan, yeah.
Right, okay.
I don't know if he's been allowed to go down to Wembley or he's up at Chesterley Street. There's not much difference, is there, between the frozen north of Chesterley Street and the white hot atmosphere of an FA Cup semi-final as John Simpson eases this back to the bowler.
Well, it was white hot. Well, down to Wembley. I mean, the Palace fans are in now. I mean, they are terrific supporters. They do get behind their side, and they were thoroughly enjoying that yesterday.
Simpson 51 partnership. Already stretched beyond 50 as Farhan Ahmed has got 2 wickets in this innings. Bowls from round the wicket to John Simpson. Then Farhan almost lays down to stop the ball. He was doing his best not to put a stud on the affected area, wasn't he?
Really good that was. Well done. Yeah.
2:25 for 7. 1 ball left in the 75th over here at Trent Bridge on a lovely morning. Next ball is pushed away on the offside, and that's the end of the over. 2:25 for 7, and producer Kirsty sends a picture in, no doubt taken from Luke Fletcher's socials, to say that Fletch and his lad Freddie very much on their way to Wembley this morning. So that's not bad, is it? You get the job of the Blaze bowling coach. They've only played 1 game this season. Second match is excused to go and watch a football match. Hey, I don't know about that. It's the same with Samit as well. I mean, you know, he's now a Derbyshire player, isn't he? Albeit just in white ball cricket, and and he's not at the County Ground Derby watching his team. I'll tease him a little later on.
I think back in the day, Mark Robinson, who's now he's on the Sussex coaching staff just for a couple of months. He's a big Hull City fan.
Is he?
And I think Mark was excused duties when Hull got to the FA Cup final a few years ago. I think Sussex had a T20 match at Lords from memory that day. And Mark got a note for good behaviour and went to the final, I'm pretty certain. I remember him watching the semi-final. We were playing at Edgbaston. I forget who they played, but anyway, back to the cricket.
LPW.
Yes, bit of left arm spin from the Ratcliffe Road end, comes in and bowls to Jack Castle, who defends onto the onside. There is no run. Just carrying on Adam's email, I'll try and read between deliveries, but Liam Patterson-White has got a very short run-up, so we don't get a lot of time, Adam, but I'll read what else you had to say in your email. As Patterson-White is in and bowls, Castle drives down the onside of the track, no run. He says, you may recall I mentioned a new friendly cricket team I was setting up. Well, we now have a name, Turing Test CC, inspired by the great man of this shire. He says, I now find myself in Manchester. He goes on to say...
Turing as in Alan Turing.
Yes. Castle forward, there is no run. If regardless of ability, this is about friendliness and love of the game, is interested in joining us, you can find the team online and message us at turingtest.play-cricket.com. In comes Patterson-White bowls. Carson Ford plays onto the onside, no run. In regards to this game, it's fair to say that this mirrors the sentiment expressed by full par brace. You cannot give away sessions as these define games. This is a very strong team at their home ground. We are being competitive, although most likely in vain. In comes Patterson White bowls. Carson again defends down the onside of the ground. No run. He says, however, it seems like progress and great experience for the younger players. He says, keep up the good work. So there we are. Turing.play-cricket.com.
And where do they play?
In Manchester.
Okay.
So thank you, Adam, for getting in touch. In comes Patterson White bowls. Carson defends down the onside of the track. And there is no run. Actually, at the end of that over, 225 for 7. Simpson 51, Carson 35. I had a very enjoyable day a couple of summers ago. We went down to Bletchley Park.
Right.
The Code Breakers.
Milton Keynes.
All about. And it was if anyone's never been, it's a really interesting day out. And just quite amazing went on there, actually.
Yeah.
Something like, I think I've got this right, something like 10,000 people work there trying to break these various codes, and they did an amazing job. It's a fascinating. They've got nothing to do one day. Well, not nothing to do. It's just really interesting to see what happened during those days back in the Second World War. Really interesting.
Now, anybody who's tried to find Stadium MK, where Milton Keynes Dons play, those thousands of roundabouts as you go into Milton Keynes, more than occasionally, I've got lost as this is dropped on the leg side. The signs are almost non-existent, but there are close to the ground. There are signs for Bletchley Park.
Yeah.
I understand it's very close to the stadium when you eventually get there. Single, 226 for 7. We'll swap back over for the right-handed Carson, who's on 35. Been a terrific hand played by the Sussex number 9 here to support his skipper. If these last 3 wickets fail to add a further run, Notts would need 96 to win. So already I suspect we're going to be stretched into the afternoon session. I think 1 or 2 people arriving here this morning were optimistically saying, done for lunch, Dave. Next ball turned round the corner by Carson. There's no addition to the total. 226 for 7 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Sussex Sport, on the pictures on the live stream. Comes Farhan Ahmed, bowls, and this is played back to the bowler. Andre Adams has come back. Lovely to hear from you, mate. Great, thanks. Currently in Bangladesh, and there's definitely no refreshments available at the moment. He's enjoying the coverage. Great to hear from you, Andre. 226 for 7. Carson on 35. Sorry. Number of people as we left the ground last night, Adrian and I, this has dropped on the leg side, nicely fielded by the Notts skipper. He's had a really good morning, hasn't he, Hamid, in the field. Some diving stops, twice he's thrown at the stumps and hit. But we saw Mark Robinson last night as we were leaving the ground, and James Kirtley, and Grant Flower was about as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
226 for 7. Ahmed, 17 years of age, bowls to Jack Carson, the man from Northern Ireland, who blocks this up to mid-off where Josh Tong is fielding, and there's no run. Very pleasant morning. Lots of sun cream was being applied in the concourses and on the stairs in the 20 minutes or so before play started. This is driven down the ground by Carson for another single. 227 for 7. People well aware that they're going to be sat outside this morning in the glare of the sun for a couple of hours. It might just be a good idea to take a little bit of a protection against the elements. 227 for 7. Where are we, Adrian? 77 gone, is it?
Yeah, 77. So 3 overs until a new ball would be available. I see no reason why Notts would delay taking that new ball, Dave.
No, I mean, all the signs are there. He's got the 2 spinners on now, so he can presumably go with, well, it was Hutton and O'Neill who started.
Yes.
Both in the first innings and in the second innings, although Josh Tong with a new ball in his hand is a worrisome opponent for the Sussex lower order.
In comes Liam Patterson White, Around the wicket bowls to Jack Carson, who's forward, defends into the offside. He's faced 93 balls as Jack for his 36. Well, that's a statistic that matters, but what matters for Sussex is he's still there and he's doing, he's fighting hard for his county, which is what you would expect from Jack. In comes Patterson White again, and Carson solidly forward, plays down the onside of the track. And there is no run, just the one slip in place. 3 men saving one on the offside. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a long on sort of 2/3 of the way back, a straightish mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg as Patterson White in again, and down the leg side Jack Carson looks to turn the ball, but it's not taken cleanly by Carl Verena. Nonetheless, there is no run. In fact, he just whipped the bails off there, or the bails suddenly came off. Just repairs them and waits again as Patterson White rattles through his overs. In again, bowls. Carson again solidly defending down the offside of the track, and there is yet again no run. There's more people in the ground than I thought there would be actually today, Dave. I thought people might look and think, well, that's not going to last very long. So well done to those who've come along today. Patterson White in, gives that a bit of air, and Carson is forward and plays firmly to Hamibu, fields at mid wicket. So another dot ball. Patterson White is coming around the wicket from the Ratcliffe Road end. Bowls. Jack Carson back on his stumps and plays defensively. Made an over from Liam Patterson White. He has bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, taken 1 for 14. Sussex are 227 for 7. Simpson 52. Carson 36. The most important figure is the lead, which is now 96.
In my lifetime, as far as I'm concerned, the two most significant and enjoyable cricket competitions have been, one, the county championship, which we're having the pleasure to watch and commentate on here, and the other one was the John Player League, the Sunday League. Adrian, I know you're only a young man, I don't know how much you remember of it, but the Sunday League, 56 years old today, or it started 56 years ago today. 1969, 27th of April, the first round of matches, obviously a Sunday, 56 years ago, as Farhan Ahmed bowls, and this is chopped away on the offside by John Simpson, no run. On that day, what's new? Notts lost. They started the John Player League with a defeat by 37 runs at Chelmsford against Essex. Essex batted first and got 185 for 9 in their 40 overs. Notts only 148 in reply. This is pushed back to the bowler. Garfield Sobers was the Notts captain for that start of the John Player League. Run out for naught, it says on the scorecard.
Ooh. That's a disappointment for the crowd. Then they've all got to see him play.
He bowled his 8 overs, 1 for 20. Can you imagine bowling 8 overs, 1 for 20 now in a one-day match? This is cut into the offside in the air, but safe. So Notts started in 1969 with quite a hefty defeat. The side was Brian Bolus, Pasty Harris, Mike Smedley, Bashir Hassan, Sobers, Derek Murray, Ian Moore, Knocker White, Mike Taylor, Carlton Forbes and Dave Halfyard. And on that same day, whilst Notts were losing at Essex, Sussex were at the county ground Hove against Lancashire. The very first match in the John Player League in 1969. And the result, I'm afraid, it was a defeat for your boys as well. This is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. Of course, Sussex were so strong, weren't they, in the pioneering early days of one-day cricket, but they lost to Lancashire on that opening day. They got 158 all out from the last ball of the 40th over, and Lancashire knocked them off for 5, with Clive Lloyd 59 not out for the Lankies. I'll give you the Sussex side in a moment for those that are mildly interested. That's the next ball's pushed back to Farhan. Mike Buss, Les Lenham, Ken Suttle, Jim Parks, Tony Gregg, Mike Griffith, Peter Graves, G. Cooper, Tony Buss, Alan Jones and John Snow. Wow. 70 for Jim Parks was the top score, but 2.28 for 7. Farhan bowls whipped away on the leg side, and it struck Jack Haynes as he turned, struck him on the body, and suddenly there was a cry of catch as it very nearly carried to mid-wicket to Asif Hamid. It didn't, so now Jack Haynes is left with a sore. He's got a poorly body somewhere, not sure where it struck him. I mean, there's more humour out there, I think, than real concern for Jack Haynes, but it very nearly ricocheted up for a simple catch to Hamid, and that would have been a strange way to break this partnership. But there we are. 56 years ago today, the Sunday League started, and what's new? Both Notts and Sussex lost on the opening round of matches.
That's a great. Would you mind reading out the Lancashire team, Dave? Because I bet there's some Jackie Bonds and Farouk engineers and the like in there. You know.
I will during the course of this over then.
This is probably the last over before the new. Well, it's certainly the last over before the new ball's available. That's a fact. In comes Liam Patterson-White, bowls to John Simpson, who defends down the onside of the track. There is no run.
So openers David Lloyd, and you're quite right, Farouk Engineer, Harry Pilling, Clive Lloyd. There's a D. Bailey, I don't know Mr. Bailey. Jackie Bond, who played here, John Sullivan, Barry Wood, Ken Shuttleworth, Peter Lever and Ken Higgs.
Wow. In comes Patterson-White, bowls and defended by Simpson down the pitch, no run. Well, that's a really good side. I mean, there's some legendary names in all those sides, but you know, Lever, Shuttleworth, well, they were a handful. In comes Patterson-White, bowls, Simpson drives. Good bit of fielding of his own bowling by Patterson-White, no run.
Do you want me to mention the finishing positions in that first year? Lancashire actually won the title in 1969.
Did everybody play everybody?
Yes. They all played 16 matches. Why did they only play 16 matches, Adrian?
Patterson-White in bowls, played onto the onside. Well, because there was no Durham.
That's quite right. So they'll played 8 teams at home, 8 away. So out of 17, Notts finished 13th. You don't want me to mention the next bit, I don't think, but I will.
He comes Patterson. Bowl, full toss, drilled down the ground by John Simpson. He's going to pick up a single fielded down below us by Ben Duckett. Simpson goes to 53. Sussex 2.28 for 7.
This staggers me, actually, but Sussex were bottom of the table. Played 16, won 3, lost 11, 2 rained off. Bottom of the table. They were 17th, Somerset, just 1 place above them in 16th.
I think we all ought to have one guess at who won the inaugural John Player League.
Yeah, well,
Patterson-White in bowls. Garson! Oh, crumbs, I thought he was going to be caught and bowled.
no, I've just said, haven't I?
Did you say?
Yeah, I did say. They played Lancashire, but Lancashire went on to win
Oh,
it
I
that
see.
year.
Sorry, I didn't hear you say that.
No, Lancashire won 12 of their 16 matches. Lost 3, 1 match abandoned.
Apologies, I didn't hear you say it.
Yeah.
So that ball did spoon in the air rather, but it wasn't a chance, and now I'm sure we are going to see the new ball taken, not least because Brett Hutton is getting ready to bowl, and the umpires are just holding up the new ball so the scorers know what's happening. So this could be the defining part of the match, but credit here to Simpson and Carson, who have sort of showed the way really to the Sussex dressing room. They've battled away, they haven't given up, but this is the next obstacle that these two need to overcome. John Simpson using all his experience there, chatting away to Jack Carson. But new ball in hand. This is going to be tough. The partnership between these two, it's all up there somewhere, Dave. It's just that I can't see it.
62.
Oh yes, I can see it now. Yeah.
Simpson, then Carson, then partnership.
There's so much information up there. It's a really good scoreboard here.
And there's a new line just been created, which has just been shown on the live stream. Third line down on the top right, ball age.
Oh yes.
So this shows when the second new ball has been taken. And in this instance, it's not quite so difficult to follow because it's been taken straight after the 80th over. But as you know yourself, sometimes they'll take it after 4 balls of the 86th over or whatever. Here's Hutton into Simpson. We've had a little bit of correspondence come in. Michael Hickman, Dave, soon as the Worcestershire game finished, I got straight on to your commentary of Notts versus Sussex, and it's brilliant as ever. Thank you very much. How do you think the Red Dogs will get on? Obviously, Nottingham Forest is referring to. They seem to have, as Adrian will say to his cost, because he was down there covering that game, they seem to have found a way to win FA Cup ties by getting to the end of the 120 minutes and winning on penalties.
I thought they were very good at the Amex.
2.29 for 7. Hutton bowls Simpson a lovely flow of the cricket bat. and it's fielded by Seabermead on the offside. We'll move on from footy because there's lots of messages coming in. Alec Wilson, I forgot about Dad's Army last night. Dave came in from dinner, turned the telly on, and it was starting. Got to do an update. He did watch Dad's Army. It was even funnier than I remember. Also saw your coverage. Selfie. Not often I can say this. It's scary when you look like that, Pert. Thank you, Alec. Here's a radio update. Well, no wickets in the opening hour here at Trent Bridge, so this certainly will be extended deep into the afternoon at the very earliest. Sussex 2:30 for 7, magnificent 8th wicket partnership for the visitors here. John Simpson, the captain's past his 50, and with him Jack Carson, the spinner, who's on 36. Notts have just taken the second new ball. They've got to really make it count because Sussex lead now is 99 with 3 wickets left. Quick update for Radio Nottingham. So Alec did watch Dad's Army last night and found it funnier than ever before. In case you've just tuned on and wondered what we're on about, it's the one where Fred Truman was in it. They had a cricket match and what have you, and it's on the BBC iPlayer for the next 29 days. This is the single taken by Carson that's going to stretch the lead to 100.
Yeah, well, all these little milestones. Ollie Robinson last night was saying if they could get somewhere near 150, at least give Sussex something to bowl at. But these two are batting very well, make no mistake. But these are the best batting conditions of the match, aren't they? They're, lovely blue sky. But these two are showing the resilience that perhaps wasn't apparent yesterday.
Well, it's a point being made by Charlie, one of my regulars. I'll read his thoughts in a moment as Houghton bowls past Simpson, 2:31 for 7. This is good from Charlie. Morning, Dave. Enjoying listening this morning to yourself and Adrian. Very impressed with Jack Carson's batting. Although I'm a Notts fan, I'm also a fan of Jack's off-spin. I think he gets really good rotation on his deliveries. Not only sharp turn, but drift and dip. And he's the best off-spinner in England at the moment for me. That's Charlie, a Notts fan. Certainly with a lot of praise there for the performance of Jack Carson. Thank you, Charlie. Good to hear from you. As Houghton bowls again, beats Simpson on the outside with this new ball. Things just maybe starting to happen for Notts, but they're still searching for a wicket as we enter the second hour of the morning. 2:31 for 7. Jiggs, you remember Jiggs, Adrian, who spends his life on the canal boats on the waterways of Britain, but he says today I'm working in the sun, aching after a day of Morris dancing in Stockport. I hope the new ball bounce and movement might bring Notts the breakthrough and a chase in the sun without any hiccups. Tell Adrian the way hasn't been reached yet, but it's on the list. So you were asking if he'd been down there. And
yes, you come off the River Thames at sort of Weybridge and round there and get onto the River Wey that takes you down through Guildford, which is my hometown, and then down towards Godalming. And it's amazing the amount of narrow boats you see. I call them a narrow boats, probably that's the wrong expression, but people who literally, people retired or whatever, spend the summers on the canals and waterways.
And then Jiggs came back again as we move from topic to topic. Used to spend alternate weekends watching John play cricket in the 80s. It's maybe why I like the one-day 50-over cup so much these days.
O'Neill's taking the new ball from this Ratcliffe Road end, bowls to Jack Carson, who plays that into the offside. There is no run. 3 slips, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, a mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep square leg.
Tea started early. He said it's gone 12 o'clock. It's my normal Sunday rule. If there's no wicket by 12 o'clock, have a drink. So he's sent a picture of a glass of something refreshing. Nice to hear from you, T. 2:31 for 7.
O'Neill again in and bowls. Carson is forward solidly, plays into the offside. There is no run.
I'll tell you what, Lyndon James has done some laps in this game. He's on the boundary edge. I think he's been walking around the boundary pretty much since play started this morning. Maybe it's a superstitious thing. If it is a superstitious thing, go and sit down, Lyndon, because you're walking around the boundary, hasn't brought a wicket yet. Not playing it. There he is on the live stream. Not playing in this game with a viral inspection. I'm guessing the medics have said, keep walking, son, keep walking.
And in bowls to Carson, who hammers that away, and that's 4 runs. That's a good shot by Jack Carson. It was wide of the off stump, and Jack Carson threw the proverbial kitchen sink at that and hammered the ball away.
They can go and field that one now, Lyndon. He can So he's involved in the game. He's got to crawl under a cover.
Yes. Good shot from Carson. He goes to 41, 235. He can't find it. Yes, he can. He's found it now. Had an email in from Chris Burns. He says, "Hello, Adrian. Many thanks again for Dave and your commentary from Trent Bridge. It's always fantastic to be able to follow the cricket. Keep us both entertained and informed. I now never know to refer to Nottingham Forest, but can say Notts County."
Yeah, that's right.
Thanks also for the heads up about the Dad's Army episode with Fred Truman. It is great fun as a cricket fan. Doesn't bear very close inspection. Sorry, it's great fun, but as a cricket fan, doesn't bear very close inspection. Very good. More to come. In comes O'Neill bowls, and Castle plays slightly in the air to mid-on. There is no run. He says, "Finally, do you have any advice for my first trip to Old Trafford? I'm going to Manchester for a few days to see Bruce Springsteen, and whilst there, thought I'd go to day one of Lancashire in Derbyshire.
Do it. Yeah.
I'll have a look at the Anderson end and the Alex Hartley floodlights. Is there anything else I should do? Thanks again and go well." I didn't realise Bruce Springsteen was over this summer, actually. But obviously he is. As in comes...
Your cup of tea?
Yeah. In comes O'Neill bowls to Carson, who's 4 plays to backward point. In fact, I was on the laptop first thing this morning. It was the Glastonbury resale this morning.
All right.
At 9 o'clock. So I was on there, and my wife was on there, but we didn't get any.
You wouldn't invite me to come and share your tent with you?
Yeah, I've been twice.
Good grief.
We've taken the tent and gone down there. But
and how close to the front have you got then?
Oh, miles away. Yeah, miles away, Dave. In comes O'Neill bowls, and Carson drives firmly to mid-on. There is no run. Yeah, we take our tent down and set us. It's just.
I like the music, but I also like my comfort. I'd want a hotel, then a shower, and whatever.
I mean, it is.
Who have you seen?
Well, we were there for Elton John's farewell. That was he was headlining that year, and then the other year we went. We've been twice. Once we got tickets, you can buy tickets in 2 ways. You can buy them by coach travel, and the first year we went on a coach from Reading. Ed Sheeran headlined that year, and then then we got tickets for the Elton John year. What was that? 2 years ago. I mean, that was fabulous. Although we were a long way back. I'm a lover of Elton John's music, and. So yeah, it's great. I mean, it's quite hard work. It's enormous, the site, Dave, and you're tramping from stage to stage. It was blooming hot, but yeah, good fun.
It's Brett Hutton from the pavilion end. Bowls to Simpson. No chink of a lapse in concentration from John Simpson here. He's bang up for this and gets solidly behind it, and textbook defensive shot. Yeah.
Yes, certainly. If you have to take your hand sand and your wipes, Dave, because the wash facilities are
thank you.
Not the greatest.
No, thank you. I like the music, but no, thank you.
Well, I just wondering I don't know if they've announced headlines for this year. I know Rod Stewart's playing as the legend.
There is the man they call Legend, actually, Brett Hutton. That's his nickname, the Ledge, and he bowls. It's forced out into the offside, and Ben Slater does the fielding right by the rope. Needed a couple of. It was like a wet bar of soap there, something you won't get at Glastonbury. And he needed a couple of attempts just to grab it before it went over the ropes, but did it in the end. 237 for 7.
We felt very old the last time we went there, Dave. I'll tell you in just a couple of moments' time.
I feel old just mentioning it. Oh, crikey, now I couldn't all that mud wide of the pegs and through to the keeper and all the toilet facilities. Oh dear.
Well, we were very lucky. Both years we went, it's been dry, but the last time we went, we had all our camping gear and we couldn't find anywhere. We didn't get there early enough. We were struggling to find somewhere to pitch the tent. And eventually a very nice lad came over and he helped us carry the stuff, and he said, "There's a little spot in the middle, mate." So we pitched our tent, and he looked at us both and he said, "No, you two," he said, "you won't be out all night keeping us up when you come back."
I was going to say, that's the other thing. 11 o'clock I'd be complaining about the noise. Can I get some sleep here, please? How long are they going to be playing that racket for? Next ball's turned up to mid-on. I don't care if he is Elton John. Tell him to turn the racket down.
Yeah, we were near some, I don't know, it was a rave tent or something. So yeah, when we came back on the Sunday night, we were pretty worn out. But there you go. But we didn't get tickets. It was the resale. So there are people who have you initially pay your sort of 50 quid deposit, then you have to pay your balance. And I think some people probably forget or whatever. So a few went on sale, but we weren't lucky.
Each to their own.
Yeah.
I waste lots of hours trying to get NFL tickets and darts tickets. As Hutton bowls John Simpson looking really good here, which is not the news that not supporters want to hear. He punches this firmly up to a Mead at mid-off, no run.
Steve Rook's been in touch. He says, hi Adrian, thank you to you and Dave for the entertaining commentary, and also to the live stream team for the excellent coverage, certainly one of the best I've seen. Well, here to that, Steve. I have to say they do a little preview here before the game, looking back on the previous days cricket, and it really is very, very good here at Trent
Need a
Bridge.
new presenter though, Adrian. The fella they've got at the moment, isn't it? It's right in front of us at the moment. It's hot and bowls. Dirty strikes Simpson on the pad. There must have been
A little nick on that, I reckon.
Must have been, because it certainly did look as if he was about to erupt in excitement there, Brett Hutton, and then realised that it would have been a futile gesture. 2:37 for 7. Thanks to everybody for your contributions this morning. In the other matches going on in Division 1, Somerset made 283 on the first day at the Oval, now on day 3 there as well. Surrey 358 for 8, so they're painstakingly eking out a lead, which is currently worth 75, the defending champions. Division 2, that's another game that's crawled its way into day 3. Derbyshire made 472, Middlesex 149 for 4, and Gloucestershire in their second innings at Bristol 111 for 7, leading Leicestershire by 101.
Fergus O'Neill in bowls to Jack Carson, who defends down the ground, and there is no run. We like to be balanced in our commentaries, but clearly I'd like to see Sussex do well. And I have to say, I've been impressed with Carson and Simpson. They've really got their heads down here, and it's the lead is only 106, and Notts are still overwhelming favourites to win this game. But at least these two are putting up a fight. That's all you can do, and I think they've done well. In comes O'Neill over the wicket bowls. Carson defends into the offside, no run. I've got a slight conundrum here, Dave, because if I'm to cancel my hotel room for tonight, I have to do it by 2 o'clock. So I'm trying to save the corporation some money, which will save a night in Nottingham. But I have to do it by 2 o'clock, or else you get charged. So
You'll have more of an idea, I think, by 10 to 2.
Yeah, you could. Yeah. So in comes O'Neill. Runs in, bowls, and Carson plays nicely through the leg side, picks up a single through square leg. He goes to 42, does Jack Carson. Sussex to 238 for 7, the lead to 107.
You can, pretend you've got Glastonbury tickets and do a bit of camping tonight if you if you kicked out your hotel. Go and get on the Victoria Embankment and wait there till all the Forest fans come home.
I mean, it sounds like it sounds like I'm a regular. I mean, we have got tents and everything. I'm pretty hopeless at putting it up. That's the only thing, Dave. I'd need a hand with that. In comes O'Neill around the wicket bowls. Simpson is right in behind this, plays to mid-off. There is no run.
You're describing it as a tent, I would imagine, knowing you. It's a bijou marquee.
I can assure you it isn't. No, it's a
top of the range.
No, it's a. We've done a lot of camping down the years, but it's certainly not.
Are you familiar with the word hotel?
In comes O'Neill again. Round the wicket bowl. Simpson drives firmly down the ground. He's picking up a single. Hamid is very quickly across. The throw comes in to the far. Jack Carson was just a little slow setting off. He was running to the striker's end. A bit of fielding. And every time you see Hamid coming in, you think, this could be a run out. But they got through in the end, but it was just for a moment it was a bit heart in mouth. Lead goes to 108, Simpson to 58. Richard's been in touch. He says, I'm enjoying the commentary. It's very sunny up here in Scarborough. Richard's a Fulham fan. They won yesterday, and the Jaguars got some excellent players in the NFL draft. So.
Jaguars, you have to say. Jaguars.
Oh, Jaguars. Well, okay. In comes O'Neill, and Carson very comfortably turns this through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 43, Sussex to 240 for 7. The partnership between these two now worth 73. Sussex lead by 109.
If you really want to get on his good side, you've got to chant Duval.
Oh, really?
Because that's where they come from. Duval County, the Jaguars.
There you go. Richard is up at the allotment today, planting potatoes, and nothing better than listening to the commentary. It's a good start to the life for the veg. Sussex holding out for the 8th wicket We'll struggle to get a draw here, but fingers crossed, says Richard up at his allotment.
What's he growing? What are you growing, Richard? What are you growing?
He's planting some potatoes. I don't know what else he's planted. My mate's got an allotment, and he's a good friend of mine. But about August time, he rings me up and says, "Oh, do you want some runner beans?" And the next day he says, "Do you want some more runner beans?" And I've had another runner bean. They all come at the same time.
Here's Brett Hutton. In and bowls down the leg side, taken by Verena. My good lady, there's more tomatoes than we know what to do with. She's onto that. But she's growing some courgettes this year. Why?
Have you got an allotment?
Why? No, it's just in the pots, in the tubs, and what have you. But as Lyndon James comes and completes another circuit, he's doing his own London Marathon this morning. But yeah, growing courgettes. Why? Do we eat courgettes?
They're probably very good for you, Dave.
It's Hutton. Ball's turn on the leg side. I don't think ever in my life when she's I've sort of said, "What are we having for tea, dear?" Or what she said, "What do you fancy for your tea?" I don't think the answer's ever involved the word courgette. 240 for 7.
That is the thing with the allotment, though. It all well, maybe it doesn't. If you're organised, I guess maybe you get the veg to come at different times. But to me, it always seems it comes at a couple of times. He's been on holiday and he said, "Oh, can you keep an eye on the allotment and have anything you like off of it?" Is
that what goes into ratatouille?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Hutton bowls. This is pushed up to mid off, and there's no run. You do appreciate you sat next to an idiot, don't you? But I think that's right. 240 for 7.
I just saw Josh Tongue going through a bit of a warm-up there at mid-off, and as he was just doing some stretching.
I suspect it's a little bit of both. He'll want to keep himself loose in general. Obviously a long time out of the game with injury, but I wouldn't have thought it'd be too long before Seabermead turns to him. He's a fearsome fast bowler, as Carson again defends. I'd say he's already in this game he's proved he's pretty fearsome with an old ball. With a new one, he would, lots would like to think, strike a little bit of terror in the Sussex batters, but maybe not.
Yes, he hit Tom Haynes on the helmet yesterday, a real clonking blow.
Who did he hit in the stomach in the first innings?
James Coles.
Coles, yeah. And then I think he was still feeling the pain when he got out next ball, wasn't he? Yes. 240 for 7, Sussex. Hutton bowls now, worked on the leg side. Runs have dried up momentarily. Lead is 109. Another dot ball there as it's turned to leg. Where's the captain going? And Mead, who's always buzzing around, just making himself a real nuisance in on the one somewhere, has just suddenly, see the last ball of the over, it is, he's just taken off and headed off for the Fox Road stand. He's right out on the leg side fence, the captain, last ball of the over. So I think they want to get Carson on strike for the next over. They're giving him a single, but he looks to drive it down the ground, and he won't get any thanks to a sprawling athletic stop from Josh Tong. 240 for 7. Hutton through 12.4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 36. And it is 20 past 12, and no joy yet for Notts.
Yep. What's going to happen here? It's still going to be Fergus O'Neill who's going to come in. He's bowled 25 overs, Dave? Yeah, 25 overs, 3 maidens, taken 3 for 70. Terrific caught and bowled yesterday to dismiss Tom Haynes. Just the 2 slips in place. There's a deep backward point, an orthodox point. Ben Duckett has just been waved across from extra cover where he was. No, it's not Ben Duckett at all. I do apologise. That is
LPW.
Yes, he's now gone to deep square leg, about 10 yards in from the boundary. In comes O'Neill round the wicket, bowls to Simpson. Simpson is going to get runs. I think that's come off the 5 pad down to the boundary for all buys. So they went all the way through, 4 more to the total. It goes to 240 for 7, and the lead up to 113.
Always a little harsh, isn't it? You know, in years to come, you look at the scorecard there and you'll see X amount of buys against Carl Verena in this game. He had absolutely no chance with that. No. On the angle from round the wicket by O'Neill, speared down the leg side of the left-hander John Simpson. But by the time it sort of got 15 yards behind the stumps. It was almost 15 yards away from Verena. Just had no chance.
And comes O'Neill again. Round the wicket, bowls to Simpson. Simpson edges. He's going to get 4 more here. Well, if there'd been a third slip, might have been interesting, but he's nudged that away, John Simpson. He picks up another boundary. He goes to 60. And Sussex to 248 for 7. 62, rather, John's. 62? Yeah, 62, sorry. The lead to 117. Just looking here, these two came together. Finn Hudson-Prentice was out in the 54th over. We're now in the 85th over, so 30 plus overs these two have been together. Not still in, effectively Sussex are 117 for 7, so. But as I say, they're making a fight of it, these two. O'Neill in bowls to Simpson. That's going to be 4 more. That's down the leg side, and they are signalled as leg buys. So that's 12 off the over so far. The total goes to 252 for 7.
I tell you what, you talked
Partnership of 85.
250 up. Yeah, I tell you what, you talk to scorers, and they like what they try and get. A lot of scorers will say that they like to have an over where they've got 6 different things, and this over is building towards that. Because we've had 4 buys, 4, and now 4 leg buys. If they can get a dot and a 1 and a 2 or something here, that'll keep them happy for the rest of the day.
O'Neill in bowl, that's a good response. He beats John Simpson outside of the off stump. Playing a miss from Simpson through to Carl Verena, and there is no run.
So that's 4 different outcomes from the 4 deliveries so far. Of course, the real scorer's goal, the Blue Peter badge of scoring, is if they have an over that goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is very, very rare, I understand.
Around the wicket comes O'Neill in and bowl. Simpson plays firmly into the onside. It bounces before the fielder in there at short mid wicket. Is that Ben Duckett? No, it's not.
No.
I've got a thing about Ben Duckett today, haven't I? It is Haynes who's in there. And there is no run.
About 9 feet taller than Ben Duckett.
Duckett's at second slip, is he?
Yeah, Clark at first. So that's 2 dots in a row, so that won't happen. 6 different outcomes.
O'Neill again. Bowls. Simpson drives. I thought for a minute that had breached John Simpson's defences, but it hadn't. Simpson played to mid-on, fielded by Hamid. Another over slips by. 252 for 7. A partnership between these two now worth 85, with Simpson on 62, Carson on 43. And you're listening to Live Cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms and Dave Bracegirdle on a beautiful day here at Trent Bridge. There's a bit of cotton wool cloud in the distance at the far end, the Stuart Broad end. But it's a beautiful day for watching cricket, and as I'm surprised. I thought there'd be barely no one here this morning, but people have come along, and always difficult to tell at a test playing ground, but there's a decent attendance.
12 runs from that last over, all behind the wicket. The 4 buys, the 4 leg buys, which certainly from here it was difficult to detect the little deflection, and then the 4 edge through third slip. Tong has continued all through that last over, Adrian. I was watching him. He's continuing to warm up to get himself ready, but it is going to be Hutton to have another one. 252 for 7. Sussex as Hutton comes into the right-handed Carson. The familiar Brett Hutton grunt. Very evident there as he released the ball, the effort ball. The lead is 121, and at the start of the day it was only 64.
Yes, it was.
A lot of people saying, well, Notts will be left chasing 80 or 90 and should be able to get that done by lunch. Might have to ask for the extra quarter of an hour or half an hour, but should be able to get it done by lunch. Well, those thoughts have long since evaporated. We're only about half an hour away from lunch here, and Notts haven't got a wicket this morning as Carson drops this on the leg side. O'Neill doing the fielding.
Sorry about that for 367 at the Oval. Somerset already 14 for 1. Archie Vaughan out for a duck. Somerset 14 for 1, still trailing Surrey by 70. Surrey without a win so far in the Championship, but you always feel it's probably not far away. Little chat between Hutton and Hamid down there. What if that's about presumably some sort of fielding change, I would imagine. It's leaving as it is.
A cunning plan.
Yeah.
Here is Hutton. Bowls. Again, you can hear the grunt. Carson just plays it back to him. Lovely conditions. It's nice and warm. Expected to be 20 or so degrees today. A little higher, I understand, tomorrow.
Yes, and I think middle part of the week they're talking about 26, 27 apparently.
2:52 for 7. Tong's certainly been given the nod that he's going to bowl sometime soon, as Carson again gets solidly behind this, pushes it back to Brett Hutton, who remains wicketless in this Sussex second innings. Got 4 in the first knock. Knotswell. There's that a screech of wheels, of tyres, as somebody pulled away from the traffic lights there, just outside the ground. Knots will go clear at the top of Division 1 if they can pull off the win, either today or tomorrow in this match. This has eased into the offside, but they've also got a throw in there. So would Sussex if they can turn this round and win.
Yes, you're right. I
mean, there's something already for Robinson and Seals to get stuck into. The lead is 121. As Brett Hutton comes in to bowl, again the grunt down the leg side, and it just bounces awkwardly in front of Verena, and I think this will be a couple more against the keeper on the buys column. Yep, 2 more. That was close enough for him to get something on, but it just sort of pitched in front of him and then shot a little bit into his body and then ran away for 2 runs. 2:54 for 7 at the end of that over. In fact, it's going to be Josh Tong at this end to replace Fergus O'Neill. So the Australian 26 overs, 3 for 74, comes out of the attack. And Josh Tong now has a ball that's just 7 overs old. Going to be bowling initially to John Simpson. In this innings, James Coles, Tong's only victim, got him LBW yesterday after tea. Jiggs has been back in touch. The only land we own is an orchard and an allotment, hence the digs with the jigs. We have courgettes, he says, on the braai tonight. Thank you, Jiggs. Lovely to hear from you. And everybody else who's taken the trouble to get in touch at Brace Cricket on X. And the email address sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk that Adrian's looking after as Tong bowls to the Sussex captain, John Simpson. Plays this crisply up to mid-off and there's no run. 2:54 for 7. Not too many in the Fox Road stand today, right in the glare of the sun. The Nottinghamshire county flag there has become a regular fixture on the front there. Chris Morley's brother Rick, I think, brings that along. This is down the leg side from Tong, nicely taken by Verena. Lewis over there on the cameras, the base of the Fox Road stand. You can see Spence high up on the top of the Hound Road stand with another of our cameras out there in the glare of the sun. Tong, past umpire Blackwell, bowls John Simpson, pushes it into the cover region, no run. Jack Haynes doing the fielding. Sussex do lose this, they'll look back on their first innings in particular. 78 for 5 at lunch on day 1, bowled out for 169 by tea. And the Knots with slightly better conditions in the final session of day one and the first couple of sessions yesterday, getting 300. Next one is pushed up to Farhan Ahmed. And there's no run. In fact, Notts were bowled out by lunch yesterday, weren't they? The delayed lunch. So Notts really just battered for 2 sessions in making 300, which not a bad effort. .254 for 7. Tong, nice and full, dug out by Simpson. That was the delivery that got Allsop in the first innings. A speared in Yorker from around the wicket. Just too quick for Allsop in the first innings, but John Simpson was ready for it and kept it out. The women's competition keeping half an eye on the Blaze, who are in the field up at Durham. Durham 141 for 2. That's after 33 of the 50 overs. Tong bowls, Simpson pushes it out, square of the wicket on the offside. Jack Hainsfield's end of that over. 254 for 7 means a Sussex lead of 123. And we've got about 27 minutes to go in this morning session. Jack Carson just laying his back down on the ground and adjusting his clothing. Pops the gloves back on. Ben Duckett has a little word as he walks past him on his way down to this end to take his position at second slip. See Freddie McCann out there at third slip. Not sure who's slipped off the field. Might have been Fergus O'Neill. No, O'Neill is out there. But McCann on as a sub at third slip. Hutton will continue after finishing this little chat with Asiba Mead. Now the captain brings McCann out of third slip, pops him in at mid-wicket. So just 2 slips. Here comes Hutton then to bowl to Carson. Bowls now, and Jack Carson happy to defend. Seems to have taken a lot of deliveries since the second new ball from Brett Hutton, and been content just to play a defensive rear guard against him. And 43 now from 127 deliveries. Not sure when he last hit a boundary, Jack Carson, but it doesn't really matter. He's supporting his captain well. He's turned this on the leg side, and McCann, the subfielder, takes the catch. Nice decision by Hamid to bring the subfielder out of the slip cord and pop him in at mid-wicket, and Carson obliges, just chipping it straight to him. And Notts do have that breakthrough. They've got a lead of 123, still need 2 more wickets, but after an hour and 35 minutes this morning, they have got the breakthrough. Jack Carson out for a splendid 43, caught by the sub Freddie McCann at mid-wicket from the bowling of Brett Hutton, who gets his first wicket of the second innings, and it's 254 for 8.
Well, he's always really hard on himself, is Jack Carson. I'm watching him as he walks off the field. He's furious with himself that he got out, but he shouldn't be. I mean, he's shown the application that was necessary from Sussex, which, you know, probably one or two of his teammates are probably thinking, yeah, you know, if I should have done that, and Sussex might have held themselves in with a shout here. But tremendous partnership between the pair. Well batted, Jack Carson. At least Sussex showing some fight here this morning, but you know, with just Ollie Robinson and Jaden Seals to come, I mean, they could both bat, but it's now all around, isn't it? You know, keeping John Simpson company. I've just left my notepad next door, Dave, so I'm just going to pop back.
Partnerships, as he's trying to do the maths quickly, worth 87 for the 8th wicket, so a terrific effort between the captain John Simpson and Jack Carson. We no longer have the advance notice of seeing the batters arrive out in the middle after a fall of a wicket, of course, because we're not having the players emerging from the pavilion this year. In fact, they're just on the live stream because the Ollie Robinson now coming down the steps. They're down below us, so it's only, unless we're looking at the monitors, it's only when they just appear from down below us as they come into view that we can see who it is. Clearly it's Ollie Robinson on his way out to the middle, and he's another one who, don't know him, but what I do know is he likes a fight, he likes a scrap. He'll do his level best to support John Simpson here, not let anybody down, and I'm sure they know another 50 or 60 runs would make it very interesting. 254 for 8, Sussex lead by 123. Well battered indeed. Jack Carson out for 43.
Well, he's a much better bat, is Ollie Robinson, than his record over the last 2 or 3 seasons shows for Sussex. As we were discussing the other day, it's 10 years ago, yesterday, that he made his debut for Sussex and made 100 at Durham against an attack with the likes of Graham Onions and who else is in that attack? I'm trying to think. John Hastings.
Rushworth.
Yeah, Chris Rushworth. So that was a good attack. So he can bat, Ollie Robinson, and let's see what he can do here.
Here comes Hutton then. This is the 3rd ball of the over, bowling to Ollie Robinson. And textbook block to push the ball back to the bowler. Got in line. And shouldn't be too much devilment out there. Of course, the ball new and hard, so there'll be a little bit of extra bounce at the moment, but shouldn't have too much difficulty playing himself in. It's largely a defensive field that Notts have got at the moment, with 2 out on the leg side, 2 out on the fence on the offside as well, 2 slips and then a mid on, a mid off, and Freddie McCann in at mid wicket where he took a sharp catch. Always nice, I think, for a sub-fielder to make a contribution when he goes on, and Freddie McCann will, I think, more than ever feel he's part of the action now, having taken that good grab. There's Hutton in and bowls, and this is defended by Ollie Robinson, and there's no run. In fact, Jack Haynes in there now, so maybe even Freddie McCann's gone off the field. I think he probably has. 254 for 8. Notts need 2 more wickets, break this partnership, and obviously last man Jaden Seals to come. Been a frustrating morning up to this point as Robinson steers this into the offside for the home supporters, I should add. I guess for the Sussex supporters that are here and are listening and watching on the live stream, they'll be very encouraged by the fight they've seen, and as Adrian says, maybe one of the top 5 or 6 in the order might be looking back and reflecting on how John Simpson and Jack Carson have gone about their business.
Most definitely.
Feel pushed even deeper now, really inviting Ollie Robinson. Here you go. It's like the old-fashioned testimonials. You can help yourself, get off the mark, mate. And they do. Oh, crikey! John Simpson's come all the way down and will go all the way back, although Brett Hutton's thrown the stumps down. Umpire Newell in a very good position to adjudicate. Says not out, but Simpson ran 2 there. He came all the way down to Ollie Robinson, who wasn't for moving, and Simpson went back, and he had to just get the afterburners on to make sure he got his ground. And again, Notts hit the stumps through Brett Hutton. 254 for 8, but he had got back.
Do you know, I would say I've said it several times during this match, the standard of the out cricket in this match has been absolutely outstanding from both sides. The catching, there's only 1 catch has gone down. That was, I think, Joe Clark at slip. But, you know, some of the shies at the stumps, there must have been probably half a dozen during the match where fielders have shied at the stumps and hit the stumps. It's been of the highest order, it really has. So it's going to be Josh Tongue who's going to carry on with this new ball, which is now, how old? 9 overs old. 254 for 8. The important statistic is the one at the bottom of the scoreboard that says the lead is 123. And Josh Tongue is coming into bowl to John Simpson. 62 not out, bowls to Simpson, who stares it onto the onside. I reckon they'll come back for 2 here. Simpson's like a hare between the stumps. They're going to take a chance. They're coming back. The throw comes in, and Simpson gets back for the second. Another very good throw. But I thought for a moment he might have thrown to the non-striker's end, because with respect to Ollie Robinson, who's not slow, but John Simpson's like a hare between the wickets. He really is.
I think they knew straight away that they were going to push hard for 2, because otherwise it wouldn't have made any sense in refusing that single at the end of the last over. But 256 for 8 it is now, the lead up to 125.
Just the one slip in place. The field is fairly deep set there, allowing John Simpson the single here, but there are not too many 2s around now as Tongue is in bowl. Short pulled away by Simpson. And he's going to get 2 because they're going to come back. They're going to need to be quick here. Is John Simpson? Oh, he does get back. Oh, and so does Ollie Robinson. Now, John Simpson's got something in his eye, I think. He pulled that 2 between the 2 fielders onto the leg side. He came back for the second run, but immediately, I think he's lost a...
he's either swallowed a fly or got a fly in the eye. I don't know why. He swallowed a fly.
He goes to 66. Nigel's been in touch. Nigel Cox says, hello, enjoying the live stream and commentary of the match. Is it me, or do batsmen now acknowledge the dressing room more than the spectators' applause when scoring 100? Remember the days when a pleasant 360 raise of the bat to the crowd was the norm. In comes Tongue around the wicket bowls to Simpson, who's beaten. That's a corker of a delivery. And John Simpson beaten outside the off stump. The ball goes through to Carl Verena, and there is no run. So that they do acknowledge the dressing room these days, don't they? That seems to be...
I think that's a two-way thing, though. I think coaches and captains encourage players to go out on the balcony more. You go out there, you support your teammate, you get him through to 100, but in return, we want those to acknowledge that. Tongue
is bowls to Simpson, who plays that too. Point, backward point, picks up a single, does John Simpson. He's going to pinch the strike.
We can't comment on it in this game, can we? Because we haven't had 100.
No.
Little unusually in matches this season. I know there's been lots of hundreds in the games that Sussex have played, and certainly the same for Nottinghamshire in the first 3 games, but the top scorer in this one remains Asipa Meads, 85. Maybe John Simpson. Maybe.
Yeah. 259 for 8. I'm talking utter nonsense. It's not the end of the over at all. There's still 2 balls to come. The umpires were just changing round for the right-handed Robinson. There's now a short leg in place, 2 slips as well to keep Robinson company.
He's gone over to that side, and he's now trying to see umpire Neil with a short leg in front of him.
Yes.
Would have made more sense to stay on the other side.
Here comes Tongue, bowls, Robinson. Ooh,
crikey.
That was a really quick delivery. Ollie Robinson sort of played and missed and through to keeper Rain. Richard's been back in touch. And he says his substitute out until tea of tomatoes, cabbages, potatoes, courgettes, sweet corn, melons, olives, grapes, apples, pears, gooseberries, rhubarbs, black currants, red currants, elderberries, Brussels leeks, garlic, lots of herbs, pumpkins, the list goes on.
Works 6 days a week on a market stall.
In comes Tongue bowled. Robinson plays nicely down the ground and picks up a single, does Ollie Robinson. He's on his way. He gets on 1 and Sussex to 260 for 8. That is the end of the over. Josh Tongue has bowled 18.2 overs. 2 maidens, 1 for 64. And he says, thank you for the comedy. And well done, Kathy. That is a lot of fruit and veg.
It is,
yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah.
He must be the healthiest man in Scarborough, must Richard, with all those lovely vegetables.
Yeah, and it's going to require daily attention as well. You can't
it does.
Just you can't just disappear to the Balearics for a fortnight, can you? When you've got that amount of produce to look after.
The one that surprises me in that long list is olives. I thought they were grown sort of in the slopes of Italy or Greece. I didn't know you grow them. Well, not dissing the climate in North Yorkshire, but I'm surprised that the climate is suitable for olives.
Olive. Anna Karen on the buses.
I say I love olives.
Green or black. Here's Hutton from the pavilion end. Bowls bouncer over the left shoulder of Ollie Robinson. He said in the last over, gosh, that was a quick ball from Josh Tongue. On this day in 2002, So 23 years ago, Pakistan's Shoaib Akhtar became the first man to break the 100-mile-an-hour barrier when he was clocked bowling to Craig McMillan of New Zealand, 100.04 miles an hour, 161 kilometres an hour during an ODI against New Zealand in Lahore. The record remained unofficial. The ICC refused to sanction it as it did not have a standard measuring tool. There's Hutton bowling wide of the off stump. Now, Shoaib Akhtar, mentioned that because that's the one time that they're claiming somebody bowled 100 mile an hour. Of course, he was signed here for Notts in 2000. Yeah, 2000. Quickest bowler in the world, high 90s. Then Notts signed him, and he came and he was here, and I interviewed him, and he came and he was unfit or got an injury, couldn't play in the first game and the second game and the third game as Hutton comes in and bowls, and this is dabbed behind square on the offside, and there's no run. And after being here and using the medical facilities here and all the rest of it, I think he was here for about a month, didn't play any games, and eventually they let him go, and he was replaced for the rest of the season by Paul Rifle, who's now one of the leading umpires, isn't he, on the international circuit. Pistol, Paul Rifle, he took over. It certainly wasn't like for like, was it? Shoaib Akhtar replaced by Paul Rifle, but Shoaib Akhtar could have been a Nottinghamshire player, but wasn't through injury.
Good story.
100 mile an hour.
Yeah, just imagine if I just don't.
Yeah, I think there's one or two things there. It was in Lahore, and the ICC didn't sanction the measuring tool. The Simpson drops this on the leg side, and there's no run. Nigel King's been having a look at the live stream, and of course, if you're watching from home, you can go back, you can pause, you can stop, you can rewind and do all of it. Dave, that Simpson run out was closer than it looked. The ball was about an inch from the wicket when he grounded his bat. Umpire in the right position. He sent a picture in there. Nigel King, I'll retweet that at Brace Cricket. But good work, Nigel, who's been a source of great information in this game. 262 for 8. Hutton bowls clipped uppishly onto the leg side and out to Fergus O'Neill. It was almost Carson-like, wasn't it? I was expecting that to be plucked out of the air at mid-wicket, but he just got it a little squarer. Ollie Robinson, he's on to 3, 263 for 8, 132 is the lead, and it's just about 10 to 1, 10 minutes to lunch, unless, was it yesterday we had this?
Yes, we did. We went on to 1:30. Yeah, we did.
Unless they're 9 wickets down. Yeah, Notts were 9 down at lunch yesterday, and our poor old camera crew in particular had to wait for their lunch.
Ian and Heather from Kemp Town, which is part of Brighton, have been in touch. They say, loving the stickability this morning from Simo and Cars. Heather, listening to you guys on the train to Liverpool to watch her beloved Reds. I'm lounging and watching in sultry Kemp Town. Thank you, Ian.
Isn't there a song about that? Is it Kemp Town Racers? 263 for 8, chopped away and fielded at backward point. Is that the same place? Or, as usual, have I dreamt some of the Kemp Town Racers?
Do you know? Quite possibly, I don't know. I mean, there is a race.
Not Kempton. I've been to Kempton.
I mean, there is a racetrack in Brighton.
Is it Kemp Town? I think it's the.
Well, someone might be.
Yeah. As you very well know, it wouldn't be the first time that I've got things around my ears. 263 for 8. At the end of that over, Josh Tong will continue.
Yes, it's rather taken so we don't like to talk too much about football during our cricket comment, but it's sort of, Liverpool could win the title as well. Taking a back seat this weekend, hasn't it, in all the other sporting events? I'm sure if you're living in Liverpool, it's
who.
So I hope you have a lovely day, Heather, if you're listening to us on the train, making your way up to Merseyside. Meanwhile, Josh Tongue is coming into bowl to Ollie Robinson. The lead for Sussex is 132 as Tongue is in. Bowls, Robinson swings. Is he going to get caught down at third man? No, he's not. Well, he's rather got away with it. I don't think he quite fancies facing Josh Tongue, does Ollie Robinson. He stepped away. He got a huge top edge. The ball flew down to the direction of third man. Is that Fergus O'Neill? All
Yes,
down
I was
there?
going to say reap what you sow, though, Ollie. He was he was not too bothered yesterday when he was bouncing Josh Tong.
No,
So
absolutely.
reap what you sow. You're going to get some back.
Yeah. I don't think he quite fancies it. But he gets a single, and it's put John Simpson back on 264 for 8. Robinson goes to 4.
There used to be a fast bowlers union, didn't there? A thing called the fast bowlers union. You don't bounce me and I won't bounce you, but that's long since disappeared.
Tongue giving John Simpson the single here. In and bowls, and Simpson plays onto the other side, and so Ollie Robinson is going to have to take. I mean, you've got to take these runs. I mean, you've got to pick up your singles. I mean, Ollie Robinson said last night, if we could get somewhere around 150, he said it gives us something to bowl at. You know, which it does. You know, you whip a couple out early, you never know. But you know, Sussex have at least taken this. You know, it's all about taking it as deep as you can, isn't it? Giving yourself a chance. So this might be interesting. Josh Tongue is back at his mark. Ollie Robinson waits. 2 slips in place. There's a short leg as well. And Josh Tongue is coming in from the Ratcliffe Road end. In and bowls to short.
Oh,
That's 4 wide.
That's Steve Harmison like.
It is. Well, he was looking to follow Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson was halfway to square leg, but it's followed him and it's gone away for 4 wide. So everything gratefully received by Sussex.
If you think Steve Harmison bowling to a left-hander, how far wide that was, and it went for 4 wides, wasn't it, at the start of that Ashes? This was to the right-hander, but it was so far down the leg side.
That was miles down. 270 for 8. There's a bit of a freebie for Sussex there. The lead goes to 139.
Yeah, the radar's broken.
Tongue. In again. Bowls. Robinson defends to a ball of good length. There is no run. Gareth Davis has been in touch. He says, Adrian, loving the commentary down here in sunny Sussex. Just like to heap praise on John Simpson. What a fantastic addition since he joined the club from Middlesex. He's now the 2nd highest run scorer in the county championship this season, behind our very own Tom Haynes. His leadership both on and off the pitch and the experience he's brought to the club have brought the best out of everyone. The blend of experience and youth surely bodes well for a successful summer ahead.
Yeah. Good man, good cricketer.
Yeah. Tongue in, bowls to Robinson. Was a corking delivery. Robinson is beaten outside the off stump through to keeper of rain. Yeah, I echo everything that you say, Gareth. He really has been an excellent signing, and whatever Paul Farbrace did to persuade John Simpson to come down, he deserves all the credit, really.
Yeah.
We've had an email in about it's the Camptown races.
Thank you.
And comes Tong.
Please feel obliged to tut.
Bowls to Robinson to get a single if they're bit, but they haven't, and Robinson picks up a single. He goes to 5, the total to 271, the important stat, the lead 140.
Yeah, tut away at my ignorance. Camptown.
Yes.
Close.
It's a folk song by the American romantic composer Stephen Foster, published in February 1850. I didn't know you were that old, Brace. The way down towards the boundary. 4 ball to Simpson, he goes to 73, 275 for 8.
And do you know what that was, Adrian? That was the 7th ball of the over after that. In a really expensive 4 wides, so he had to bowl an extra ball at the end of the over, and that goes for 4. So that turned into another very expensive over, and suddenly the lead is up to 144.
Yes. Ian's been in touch. He says, doodah, not Camptown. We are east of the city, in between the pier and the marina, and Brighton races are very close. Yeah, so there we are. So we've got, the clock says 12:56. We've got this and possibly one more until lunch.
I think all the Knots party, I didn't go, wasn't invited. All the Knots party went down to Brighton Racecourse. Also got the Greyhound track there, hasn't it?
No, the Greyhound track is in Hove.
Okay, right. Well, one year we were there, and all the Knots party went down to the Greyhound track when Ali Brown was at the club. Remember Ali Brown, who played predominantly for Surrey, but had a little spell at the end of his career, 2 or 3 years here. He was very much into his greyhounds, his dog racing, and he took them all down there, greyhound racing. Farhan Ahmed coming into the attack, but we are, as I say, knocking on. Well, there'll only be time for one over, Adrian, unless there's a wicket.
Yes.
3 minutes to 1 o'clock. Farhan Ahmed, the young off-spinner. He had a little bowl earlier this morning between the 70th and 80th over, whilst they were just trying to get down to a position where they could take the second new ball. And although Brett Hutton did get a wicket eventually, it wasn't really, I don't think, as a result of that second new ball. It didn't bring the rewards that Notts were hoping for. 275 for 8. Aeroplane just in the distance going over the Batman board, just about to begin its descent into East Midlands Airport.
I don't think this is a bad move, actually, because Ollie Robinson may fancy having a dip here, but in the last over before lunch, I don't think the dressing room will be too happy if he gets himself out.
No, Clark at slip, Duckett at leg slip. Here comes Farhan Ahmed, then round the wicket, the off-spinner to bowl to Ollie Robinson. He's got him, he's caught behind. Robinson did push at it, one ball from Farhan Ahmed, and Carl Verena with the catch, standing up obviously, gobbles it up, and Robinson goes. His resistance is brought to a premature conclusion. As far as the visitors are concerned, another catch for Kyle Verena, standing up. Ollie Robinson out, was at the crease for 20 minutes, faced 15 balls, and it's 275 for 9. And for Aaron and Spence and Barney and Ella and Lee and Lewis out on the cameras, there's a groan because they could potentially be out there manning their cameras for another half an hour.
Interesting, that dismissal of Ollie Robinson, because he wasn't out in the way that I thought he might be. I mean, Ollie does like to put his foot down the pitch and hammer the ball. His sort of favourite area will be sort of cowl corner mid-on. And I was thinking, well, probably the over before lunch, he wouldn't be popular in the dressing room if you did that and hold out. But I think he was just undone by a very good piece of bowling by Farhan Ahmed. It was, he was pushing forward. So with hindsight, you suddenly think to yourself, oh, would you have been better having a dip at one? But you're caught between two stools, aren't you? But we are going to have an extended.
Well, unless the wicket goes down in this over.
I mean, to a certain extent, John Simpson's been farming. I mean, Jaden. Let's have a look at Jaden's stats for last year. I think he can hold an end up. Most of them can these days. Let's have a look at Jaden last year.
Crucially for Notts, the wicket went down first ball of the over here, so they'll try and get him out for 4 balls and then try and give him a single from the 5th, I would imagine. That's normally the way it pans out. Yeah,
he averaged 11 last year with a top score of 17, Jaden. So he's a tail end.
Well, he went first ball to Josh Tong, didn't he? In the first innings, caught down the leg side. Didn't appear to necessarily. I'm not saying there was a show of dissent, but just stood there a long time. It seemed like he couldn't quite take in the fact that he'd been given out caught behind down the leg side, but had to go. So whether he'll want to stay at this end and face the spinner, or whether he will not mind facing Josh Tong again, remains to be seen. It'll be interesting to see how it's played, but John Simpson has come down and given him a thorough briefing about what to do. Just hit the next 5 balls for 4, mate. You'll be all right.
Well, Sussex have battled away here this morning, and from that, I'm sure the dressing room are very pleased with the way they've performed. It sounded like a broken record. If just 1 or 2 would show the application that Carson did, Sussex could be in a position whereby they may have a lead of a couple of hundred. You still feel it's not enough, but at least they've given themselves an outside chance, but it's only that.
There's Farhan Ahmed then bowls and confidently pushed into the covers by Jaden Seals, and there's no run. This has been a seam-dominated match, but in this Sussex second innings, that's now 4 wickets to spin. 3 to Farhan Ahmed, 1 to Liam Patterson-White. Farhan has 3 for 53, bowls now and deflected away, and there's going to be a run here. Let's have a look. They've taken 1, and that's all there'll be. Brett Hutton does very well, puts in a slide. Good work by the big man. So a single. Jaden Seals off the mark, and we are halfway through the over, and John Simpson's on strike.
I think John was looking for 2 there because he doesn't want to expose Jaden Seals to Josh Tongue, but
well, he's got 3 balls, hasn't he, now to
try and get back up the other end.
Of course, it'll be cat and mouse, you'd imagine, with Notts trying to keep him here.
I wonder whether John here thinks to himself, a quick 20 or 30 is,
some lusty blows.
Yeah, rather
short side. He's looking towards the short side.
He is, and you couldn't blame him for that. Sussex.
they can't blame him whatever happens.
No, he's
turned in the captain's performance, but also he will know if he can get some support from the other end. There's the possibility to take this up to 170, 180 at least. This is defended back to the bowler. So that was ball 4 of the over. Josh Tong, like the wolf in Red Riding Hood, licking his lips at the moment at the prospect of bowling to Jaden Seals.
Yeah, I wouldn't fancy being Jaden against Josh Tongue.
276 for 9. Farhan bowls. John Simpson pushes it out only as far as the not skipper. And there's no run in an extra cover. Fairly tight in there, Asiba Mead, and the field will just get a little tighter now. There's another man coming in, Brett Hutton, from the leg side fence. So there's no gaps. Here's an update for Radio Nottingham. Final ball of this over. Well, we should be going to lunch now, but play will continue. That's because Sussex are 9 wickets down. They're 276 for 9, leading by 145 wickets in this session for Brett Hutton and Farhan Ahmed. John Simpson leading the fight back. Sussex 276 for 9, leading by 145. It's a good stop by Brett Hutton on the leg side as John Simpson vigorously trying to work Farhan Ahmed away. Had it beaten Hutton, it would have been 4. There was very little scope for getting a single there because all the field was in tight, so he couldn't drop it and run. And he really needed something aggressive to penetrate that ring. And in all probability, if he'd done that, it would have gone for 4 anyway. So it is going to be Tong v Seals. Just coming up to 1:05 here. We will start the 8 overs as we did yesterday.
We will.
We've had 93 overs in the innings, Adrian, so if we get to 101 and there's still 9 down and they're still out there, then we will go for lunch.
Taking quite a lot of time just making sure they've set the field right here of Nottinghamshire. So there's 2 slips in place. There's a third man taking a great deal of care. There's a short leg in place. There's a fine leg.
What they don't want is another 8 or 12 from wides or leg buys with him, desperate to just try and intimidate Seals with raw pace. So they've got a very fine leg and a very fine third man down there, almost behind the slips.
Jaden Seals waits.
Good luck, Jaden.
Yes, good luck, Jaden. Come on, Jaden.
Might enjoy this.
In comes Josh Tongue. Round the wicket bowls, and Seals is right in behind. I think it's a single. Well done, Jaden.
Yeah.
Pushes that through the covers. And Hamid, is he going to go for a 4? No, he's not. I don't think it would have pleased Josh Tongue if he had. They were very precise how they set the field, but Jaden Seals found a gap and looked confident enough. So he goes to 2, and Sussex to 277 for 9, leading by 146.
I think it's happened once or twice in the past, hasn't it, with fielders just sort of escorting the ball over the boundary just to ensure that somebody has to stay on strike. But Asiba Mead wouldn't want to play the game that way. Now John Simpson, and John Simpson will look around as he's preparing to face Josh Tong, and he'll see that he's got no friends.
No.
They've all disappeared. They're all out on the fence. Well, we've got a slip. But Mott's now trying to cut off the boundaries.
Tong in bowls to John Simpson, who sits on the pad. The ball bounces towards the gully region. It's actually fielded by third man who comes up to field, but there is no run. As Dave says, the field far flung around the lovely cricket ground, which is Trent Bridge. 4 on the leg side. They're all allowing John Simpson the single. They're in a position whereby they're very careful not to allow him 2. And then on the offside, there are 3 men guarding the boundary. So a single pretty much everywhere he wants it for John Simpson, as Josh Tongue is in. Bowls to Simpson, who pulls onto the leg side, and they decide not to take the single.
Durham's women 182 for 6 after 41 overs against the Blaze, and we have been periodically updating that. The Yellow Belly says, finally Dave, fair to say the bowlers have toiled a bit this morning. It's also been the same up in the match between the Blaze and Durham. They've also struggled to take wickets. Well, 182 for 6 now, Durham, with 9 overs left of their 50. That's in the northeast in the Women's Metro Bank.
Josh Tongue in bowl. Short John Simpson. Is he caught behind? Carl Rayner thought that he'd got him, but John Simpson wasn't going anywhere. The suspicion was, or what tongue and brain of thought was that he gloved that to the keeper down the leg side, hence the loud appeal. But umpire
Blackwell at this end,
was unmoved. John Simpson stays there, 73 not out. Very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from. You may be listening via the BBC website or watching the excellent Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club live feed in the glorious sunshine here in the East Midlands today, as in comes Josh Tongue round the wicket bowl. Simpson drives firmly down the ground. He decides to take a single on this occasion. He goes to 74, 278 for 7. The lead now 147.
I'm wondering where you're going to be resting your head this evening, because it's going to be at the moment 150 the run chase.
Well, I think either way it's going to be Guildford. I've got to 2
You're
o'clock.
adamant it'll be over.
Yeah, I've got until 2 o'clock to save the taxpayer some money, Dave. Well, I guess another night in Nottingham's not the worst thing. I mean, they might not get much sleep if Nottingham Forest win this afternoon. 2 slips go down. Josh Tongue is in, bowls, and forward comes Jaden Seals and plays confidently enough into the onside. They decide not to take the single, which isn't surprising. 278 for 9. Seals 2, Simpson 74. I said to you when I arrived today, actually, Dave, as I drove in, because you drive past the BBC Nottingham building, and I was thinking, do you know what? That's probably not a bad place to work, because you've got Nottingham Forest, you've got Notts County, you've got a test match ground, all within walking distance of the studio. You've got the ice rink, where you've got, did you say the Panthers, they're called?
Yeah, Nottingham Panthers, they won the cup final or whatever it was, the playoffs, whatever it was last weekend. The racecourse is not too far away. There's the rowing centre at Home Pier.
Well, I said to you, I bumped into a gentleman in the hotel this morning who didn't sound as he was from these parts, and he was chatting away. He said, I'm up here for the weekend. He said, my grandson's rowing in a regatta this weekend, and we've come up to watch him row. He got a silver medal, and they'd come up from Essex for the weekend. So he said, and I said, were there many people there? He said, it was packed. He said, in the finals are in a couple of weeks. He said, you won't be able to get a hotel for love nor money.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
You know, there's lots going on around Nottingham.
So Farhan Ahmed with figures of 3 for 54 from his 23 overs. Would like a more attacking field, but understandably he hasn't got one, and John Simpson could have hit that anywhere and been able to take a run had he wanted, but it's it back on the bounce to Farhan Ahmed. Again, if he's got a ball that he thinks he can swish high into the stand for 6, he might go after it, and there it is, right on cue, but he's not going to clear the rope, I don't think. Josh Tongue's going to take the catch inside the rope, and the innings is over. 278 all out. Farhan gets his 4th wicket. John Simpson is last to go. Gave it an almighty wallop, but couldn't clear that short side, so it was maybe just held back a little bit by Farhan Ahmed. Simpson out, caught Tong, bowled Ahmed for 74. It's been a terrific innings, and Notts will require 148 to win when we come back after lunch. Jaden Seals finishes 2 not out. Farhan with figures of 4 for 54. So the young man in the end, in the second innings, getting the best figures. Well done to the 17-year-old. Well done to Notts. And also very well done to John Simpson and his partners this morning, principally Jack Carson, who made 43. Ollie Robinson, a bit of a torrid time for Ollie. He fell for 5. Jaden Seals, 2 not out. So everybody not delayed too much in going for lunch. Play will restart around about 10 minutes to 2, with Notts about to set off in pursuit of 148, or Adrian, to flip it around the other way, Sussex need 10 wickets to win.
Yes, I mean, my feeling is that, you know, it's Notts to lose, isn't it? I think it looks a very good track. It's a beautiful day for batting. The outfield is quick. It's going to need something quite remarkable for Sussex to win this game. I'd said at the beginning of the day, Dave, I thought the 80 runs that Nottinghamshire scored with the tail yesterday were crucial. And then the Sussex clapped away, lost 7 for 78 in mid-afternoon yesterday, were the stages where Sussex have lost this match. However, you know, good to see the defiance from Jack Carson and from John Simpson. And you know, who knows? But you know, my feeling is that Sussex are probably at least 50 runs short of really putting any pressure on Notts.
Yeah, the poor first innings score by Sussex will always come back to bite them in this game you fancy, but where there's life there's hope. There's been plenty of sides that haven't been able to chase 148. Notts won't want to add their name to the list this afternoon. They've got home advantage, they've got pleasant conditions, it's not a cloudy day by any means, and they'll know what they've got to do. They've got 5 sessions should they need them all in which to chase down 148, and they'll get going around about 10 to 2, and when the players return, so will Adrian and I. We're off to get a little bit of something. Hope you'll do the same and come back and join us in ample time for the run chase. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where we're going to get this run chase underway in the next few minutes. Looks like we've got 4 participants only. We've got 2 umpires out on their way to the middle, and we've got Asiba Mead and Ben Slater. They're looking as if they want to go to work. Sussex, meanwhile, in their huddle. And I'm sure John Simpson is saying all the obvious things, but emphasising that this is still very much game on. Let's try and get a wicket or 2 early on, but don't let them get away to a fast start. Might be a whisper that Notts want to get it done in time for the football, so let's keep them out here as long as we can. It might bring 1 or 2 errors. Just trying to chase the game. See if we can get Ollie Robinson and Jayden Seales in the same sort of rhythm that we saw yesterday morning, in fact. And who knows what can happen. Sides have certainly been defeated when they've been set a victory target of 148 and they've been left woefully short. And something else I always say, Adrian, I have never ever yet commentated on a tie. I always say that at the start of a run chase.
There you go. Well, I mean, much depending here clearly on Robinson and Seales for Sussex. It's a game where they really could have done with that third, front-line seaman. They've got obviously Finn Hudson-Prentice who can bowl, but if they'd had Hunter or Crocombe here. But they've gone right on the attack, haven't they, John Simpson? He's got 4 slips in place for his first. Just had an email during the lunch break from Chris Burns, who was in touch with us earlier on in the match. He said, listening to you and Dave discussing all the sports venues in the surrounding area, I'd like to mention Nottingham Rugby Club.
Oh, of course, yeah.
We play at Lady Bay, just across the road from Trent Bridge. In a previous incarnation, I went to watch a few matches. As in comes Ollie Robinson. Well, he was coming in, but
false start.
Hamid's not ready. He says Nottingham are now in Championship Division 2. It used to be a first-class rugby club with notable internationals, including Brian Moore and Rob Andrew.
Yep. Dusty hair.
Yeah, you remember that name. In comes Ollie Robinson to bowl to Hamid, who lets that one go outside the off-stump, taken by Simpson, no run. Then a pretty decent cricket record, including our own Rob Andrew, who had a pretty decent record and indeed scored an unbeaten 101 against Nottinghamshire in 1984 whilst at Cambridge University.
That's absolutely right. Bang on. Yep.
Simon Hopkinson, was he in Nottinghamshire for the fullback? Hodgkinson? I think there was a Simon Hopkins who was a fullback, used to score a lot of points, used to take all the kicks. I reckon he played at Nottingham. Someone will tell me I'm talking nonsense. Just the 3 slips now. Robinson in the second ball of the innings bowls to Hamid, who lets that go through to Simpson. There is no run.
First day of this cricket season, Notts versus Durham. Our mutual close friend Martin Emerson parked down the road at Lady Bay, and we finished at the same time. And I said, I'll give you a quick lift down to your car, because mine was a little nearer, so we jumped in mine, drove down the road, and I was unaware, but Nottingham Rugby were playing, I think, London Scottish. Couldn't get anywhere near his car for ages. The crowds, massive crowds, and it's a big thing. Old Friday night down at Lady Bay.
In comes Robinson bowls, and he just wraps Hamid on the glove there, and Hamid just had a little sort of look at the pitch as if to say, I didn't expect that to get up quite as much as it did. So Robinson right on the money in this opening over. I'm going to have to look up Simon. I'm not sure if it's Hodgkinson or Hopkinson. Or maybe probably pay for Harlequins. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Nice to hear from an old mucker, Tim. Just finished doing some commentary on Spanish women's football, Dave. Now listening. You may remember from back in the day, I'm a Sussex fan. Wish you well for the rest of the season, but after today, nice to hear from Tim. 0-0, the score.
Ollie Robinson in again, bowl. That's wide outside the off stump and swinging wider, and Hamid rightly has nothing to do with that. They've now got the 4 slips back in place, so Sussex changing things around.
Yeah, so only 2 on the leg side. Poor old Jayden Seales has got to chase everything if there's anything hit on the leg side.
Simon Hopkinson, born in 1962, made his debut against Romania in Bucharest, won the Grand Slam in 1991. Just break off as in comes Robinson. Bowles was a good delivery, and let go by Hamid through to Simpson. There is no run. During his club career, he played for Nottingham and Molesey,
My word.
where he captained for 3 seasons. He retired from being one of the head coaches at Oundle School, Northamptonshire.
Yeah, that's the cricket team, Amdal cricket team. That's Andrew Rad's club. You'll have done cricket commentary with Andrew, won't you? At
Yes.
Northants.
Yeah.
That's his mob, Oundle.
So he did play at Nottingham. So educated at Stamford School and Trent College. Anyway, in comes Robinson. Bowles, and Mead is forward. And good over from Ollie Robinson. Straight away on the very good line and length. Spoke to Ollie last night. That interview's available on the Sussex County Cricket Club website and the BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed. Spoke a lot, Ollie, last night about, well, not a lot, but he had a very nice conversation. He spoke about the fact that he's enjoying bowling long spells. He had a winter getting himself fit. He had a minor hernia operation, something that had been bothering him for a little while, and feels he's in a, he looks as fit as a fiddle, I have to say. And said he wants to prove to people that he can bowl long spells, and he's certainly done that in the last couple of games. But Hamid survives the first over. 148 needed to win for Nottinghamshire, and Jaden Seals is going to get things underway from the Stuart Broad end.
Yeah, very impressive yesterday morning, Jaden Seals. Got 4 wickets, was certainly a different animal to what we saw when he was bowling from this end, the Radcliffe Road end, towards the back end of day 1. He comes in and bowls to the left-handed Slater, turns it away on the leg side, and there's no run. Just trying to find Adrian. I'm sure I've got somewhere some bits and pieces on that Rob Andrews century, but I can't find it, as always. When you want something. Here comes Jaden Seals round the wicket, then 3 slips in a gully, and tightish line ball to Ben Slater, and he's played it just up to mid-on, and they scamper a single. So knots are underway, 1 without loss. Victory target of 148 this morning. Sussex were all out for 278 in their second innings. John Simpson was last out for 74, 4 wickets to Farhan Ahmed. Last 2 wickets to fall after Brett Hutton had got the other wicket today, broke that stubborn 8th wicket partnership of 87 between Simpson and Carson. He had Jack Carson caught by Freddie McCann on the field as a sub-fielder at mid-wicket, and Mead has got away with a boundary here. Just one of his favourite scoring areas. I often say it's a bit edgy when somebody gets a 4 down there, but he hits it down there so often, so deliberately, that the edge doesn't get involved. 5 without loss. So here we are, 30th of June 1984. Nottinghamshire had 4 debutants in a match here at Trent Bridge against Cambridge University, a first-class game. David Fraser-Darling took 3 wickets in the match. Kevin Evans got 2. Mick Newell scored 76 on his first appearance for the county. And Stephen Mee was the other debutant for Notts. As Hamid gets 4 more, this time square of the wicket on the offside. He looks like he's in a bit of a hurry to get done before tea. 9 without loss, 2 boundaries in a row for Asib Hamid. In the students' second innings, Rob Andrew, later to play for England and the British Lions at Rugby Union, scored an unbeaten 101, as our correspondent mentioned. And that all happened on Saturday the 30th of June 1984, so
wow,
coming up to 41 years ago. Is he still with the club, Rob?
No, he's not.
No.
Come
back to the RFU, I think, as Seals bowls, and this is dug out by Hamid.
He's actually working for the ECB, so
That's it.
My understanding is he's chairing this committee which is looking into the restructure of the game. I think there are various
that's right.
head honchos from various counties, and I think Rob is, what do you call it, facilitating that?
You can call it whatever you want, Adrian. I'm not going to argue with you. Yeah.
I think, or chair of that committee. So, but apparently they're going to report, and I think there are going to be changes next year. No question about that to the schedule.
Seals, bowls, and Mead drills it straight back along the carpet. Nicely fielded off his own bowling for no run. 9 without lost knots after 2 overs, set to score 148. 8 of them already to Mead, 1 to Slater at the Oval. Somerset 283, Surrey 367. Have you seen the Somerset score second time around? If you haven't, I'll tell you.
Well,
Somerset 37 for 5.
Wow.
So they still trail Surrey by 47, but they've had the top order blown away. And reading at lunch from our good friend Anthony Gibson, who does the Somerset commentaries, Sean Dixon's out with a broken finger, so effectively 6 down.
Who's got all those wickets?
Worrell, Lawrence, Clark, Worrell.
Right, okay. They are so strong. That's going to be Surrey's first win of the season. Ollie Robinson on his way in to bowl to the left-handed Ben Slater. He's in and bowls, and Slater defends to mid-on, fielded by Seals. No run. Just reading here that on the BBC website, Chris Eubank Jr. remains in hospital after his victory over Conor Benn last night. He was taken to hospital as part of a standard procedure for boxers after a gruelling bout. There's no truth to the rumours regarding a broken jaw, says the boxer's promoter. I'm pleased to confirm that Chris is doing well and currently resting.
Yeah. Best place to be, I think, for them. They've had a bit of a pounding, haven't they, for about 45 minutes, and they're in the best place just in case there's anything.
Robinson in bowls to Slater, who gets an inside edge. It goes through square leg. There's a couple of runs here. The eager Jack Carson is quickly round from third man to field, but into double figures are Nottinghamshire here, 11 without loss.
You know, the fantasy is that, you know, boxers will come through a grueling title fight like that, and then the nightclub and put an eye on them, just
Definitely
check them over, and let's hope everybody's okay.
Robinson around the wicket, bowls. Slater is forward, plays to mid-on, fielded by Seals, and there is no run. 11 without loss, another 137 needed to win for Nottinghamshire. It's got to be said, it's ends today.
Gave Sussex more of a squeak than that, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we said, I said maybe 70-30, and comes Robinson bowls. Slater defends into the offside. They're going to take a quick. Was that a no ball signal
no ball
as well by the umpires? Oh yes, it was. So 3 runs off of that delivery. But I think every run that Nottinghamshire score here, we're probably thinking the odds are perhaps, you know, sort of now perhaps they're down to sort of 77-23 or something like that. I don't know. It's it would. I think it's fair to say, without putting any pressure on Nottinghamshire, they would kick themselves if they don't win this game from here. You know, on a lovely sunny day, on a good track, to score 148 to win, you'd really see Nottinghamshire as strong favourites, and Sussex will need to get in amongst them early here. This man might do it. Robinson in, bowls to Hamid, who's manages to edges this one down to third man, picks up a single. Total goes to 15 without loss. I mean, John Simpson has got to keep, you know, slips in play here because Sussex need wickets.
But the runs are coming. Already 15. I just felt with that no ball there. I mean, you just can't afford to do it, can he? Just, you know, it's 2 runs gifted away. And never like to see bowlers overstep and give runs away, but when they've got so little runs to play with.
He slips in a gully, go down Robinson around the wicket, bowls to Slater, who's forward, plays to Haynes, who fields in the gully. And there is no run. If you're just joining us today, wondering what's been happening, well, Sussex bowled out eventually for 278. John Simpson making 74. Partnership of 87 with Jack Carson, who made 43. Giving Sussex just a little squeak here. And young Fahan Ahmed bowling very nicely, picking up 4 for 54. Fergus O'Neill 3 for 74, the main wicket takers. Notts nearly 148 to win. They've currently scored 15 of those as Robinson is in and bowls, and Slater right in behind this, plays to the offside. There is no run, no alarm so far for these Nottinghamshire openers. A win here would take Nottinghamshire to the top of the county championship after 4 matches. It would be the same for Sussex as well. I think Nottinghamshire far more likely to achieve that distinction, and both counties with a week off to sort of rest a few weary limbs before the next batch of matches start in 10 days' time or something, whatever it is.
Yep.
Well, you did tell me, Dave. Where do you go next?
Not here again.
That's
that will
right.
be their 4th match out of the first 5. They play Hampshire. Mohammed Abbas will come in for Fergus O'Neill against his former employers. So that'll be interesting. See how that pans out. Here's Jaden Seals from the pavilion end, where the ball has now been struck by Asiba Mead, straight back past the big fast bowler and straight the way down the ground for 4. And a positive Asiba Mead is an absolute delight to watch, and already he's on to 13 out of 19. Just to complete that, and Sussex back at home.
Yes, Sussex back at home against Worcestershire. Then 2 away trips, a trip down to Taunton and a trip to Hampshire, so 2 tough away games as well. So Sussex will be looking, they've got this very good home record under Paul Farbrace. They haven't lost at home since he took over 2 years ago, and it's a game they'll be targeting to keep that record going.
Yeah. Seals in, Hamid again clips it to mid-wicket along the ground. That's a good stop there from Ollie Carter to dive to his left, goalkeeper style.
Yes, that's not to be disrespectful to Worcestershire in any way or form, but Worcestershire have played they haven't won a game yet. They're rock bottom of the table.
Yes, and really their only outstanding performance that's got them some draw points was that heroic 2-day rearguard effort at Taunton, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes. In comes Seals, bowls. Well, slightly in the air, but it's beautifully played by Hamid, who's clipped this away beautifully through sort of straightish mid-wicket for 4. That's a lovely looking shot, and he looks in good form here, does Hamid? He played well in the first innings, batted very nicely for his 85. He's already on to 17, and Nottinghamshire off to a flyer here, 23 without loss.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that's 100 up for the match for Asiba Hamid, 102. Got 138 not out last week at Edgbaston, 92 the week before here against Essex. So he's right in the groove at the moment. They're not skipper. And they'll be eager to lead his side to their 2nd win of the season.
Here comes Seals. Over the wicket bowls. Hamid works this one down to 3rd man. They picked up one. They're going to think about coming back for a 2nd, but a bit of fielding there by Hudson Prentice, who gets in quickly. Not a very good throw, but he was in quickly enough to prevent the 2nd run being taken. Hamid goes to 18 and dots to 24 without loss. I did cancel my room, Dave, to save the taxpayer a bit of cash, because I reckoned that one way or t'other we're getting a result here today, and I'm pretty sure that's going to happen.
Long day for you then, heading back south, but we've all done it. We know what it's like.
Yeah.
24 without loss. Here comes Seals, 2 balls left in this over. A gully has been brought in for Ben Slater. This is runaway square of the wicket on the offside. The right-handed Hamid back on strike. Sunny afternoon in the East Midlands. Seems like most who work here, I guess we can count us in that, heading towards a day off tomorrow. 25 without loss. All the many stewards here, one or two wishing they'd gone with some of their fellow stewards down to Wembley. Plenty have gone. Here's an update for Radio Nottingham. Nottingham been set to score 148. They were made to work for their wickets this morning. A really stubborn 8th wicket partnership of 87 between the Sussex skipper John Simpson and the spin bowler John Carson, who came in and made 43. Jack Carson, I beg your pardon. As I say, they added 87. The second new ball, though, was their undoing. Brett Hutton removed Carson for 43. Freddie McCann on as a sub-fielder, taking the catch at mid-wicket. And then young Farhan Ahmed, the spinner, got the last 2 wickets. That was all we had in the morning session to take us up to lunch. Sussex all out for 278. So Notts have got 5 sessions, really, to get this done. Lovely conditions. You'd imagine either side of tea they're going to get home here. At the moment, 122 more required. Nottinghamshire 26 without loss. What did I call him? John Carson?
You did.
Jack Carson.
Yeah, but you corrected yourself.
Who's John Carson?
Do you know, I don't know. Ollie Robinson in and bowls. I thought he'd nicked that behind. Had Hamid just moved away from the right hander through to John Simpson, and there is no run.
I should say it's the way I tell him.
Yes.
Dear old Frank Carson.
Yeah. It's very natty music they play on your radio station. I like that.
Have you got a jingle? Is it you that's got a jingle on?
I used to have a jingle. I think they've done away with it now. Yeah, I think they're trying to get me out the door, Dave. I think I haven't got a jingle anymore. In comes Robinson, bowls. Taken low by Simpson. There is, I think, quite got his line right here, Ollie Robinson, yet, but he's...
And how did that go? Give us a bar or two.
I think it was... Yeah, how did it go? It's a cricket update with... How did the jingle go? John need to get that some thought.
Yeah. Good luck making a jingle with the word Bracegirdle in it. It's a little easier with Adrian Harms. Does Somerset lose another wicket? 38 for 6.
Wow,
that one could be over before this one, though. That's going.
Comes Robinson over the wicket bowls. I mean, it's forward, well stopped in the third slip by James Coles, no run. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, the start of the season, I had Somerset down to be one of the contenders, but they've had now... No. They lost at Sussex, they're going to lose to Surrey, they drew with Worcester. Did they lose last week as well? I think they might. They've certainly lost 2, maybe even 3. I'll double check that in a minute.
They're down there with Worcestershire, aren't they?
Well, they are. But you just feel the big guns are starting to stamp their authority a little bit. Surrey winning this week, almost certainly. Notts in good position here as in comes Robinson bowls. And he just hit around the thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him. There is no run.
Notts were 8th last year, Adrian, I must remind you.
Yeah, I just coming up. I'm not just saying this because Notts really. I came up here and they did say to me in the preview. I said I think this is Sussex's toughest assignment so far this season. You just look at the Notts squad and you think it's a good squad. You know they're better than 8th last season, Dave. Surely with the squad they had. Robinson wheels around. 3 slips go down in bowls, and he tucks this nicely through square leg. They're just going to take 1 as, who's that chasing back? Tom Haynes. Total goes to 26 without loss.
They've stopped the clapping now, haven't they, for Tom Haynes fielding?
Yes, I think that joke's probably worn a little bit. But would that be fair to say? I mean, the strength of the Notts squad, on paper they're better than 8th in the county championship.
Yeah, they had, like all sides, they get injuries, but there's a definite change in personnel, a changing of the guard. I think last year it was generally accepted it was a bit of a transition year. Robinson round the wicket bowls and tucked away by Slater to mid-wicket. Carter's very quickly round to field and there is no run. End of the over. The signs were there in September last year. They had for once they had a pretty decent end to the season. Otherwise they'd have gone down. But that coincided with the 2 youngsters coming into the side. Farhan Ahmed bowled a lot of overs, got a lot of wickets in September. Freddie McCann came in and 2 centuries, 150 here against Surrey. Verena came into the side and clearly Notts like what they saw with him, he liked what he saw with Notts, so he was happy to sign for this season. So the signs were there in September that just maybe Notts are on the turn, and Peter Moores has he's pointed to 1 or 2 other things. Obviously we didn't have Josh Tong last year, we didn't have Dylan Pennington after the first part of the season where he got a lot of wickets. Yeah, we are going to get the spinner into the attack, and of course at the start here, they've really plucked a diamond in Fergus O'Neill, who's made a significant contribution in all 4 matches. They've got Brett Hutton back fit. He only played 5 games last year. First ball down the leg side, swept away for 4 by Hasib Hamid, and Notts move up to 31, and Hamid has 24 of them. Can't afford a loosener like that, Jack. But that was a gimme, really. Interesting that John Simpson's got Jack Carlton into the attack early here. I guess he's seen Farhan Ahmed bowl from that end and pick up those 4 wickets. And he probably thinks, well, I need to get him in the attack early to give us if there is any spin. Let's not wait till they're sort of 80 for no wicket or something like that. High on confidence after his batting this morning. Played very nicely indeed. His second ball is right on the mark, and Hamid will go down and block it. 24 out of 31 for Hamid. Ben Slater's been left watching on for large parts. He's only scored 5. He's only faced 10 balls. Hamid's preparing to face his 24th now, and Clips this to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yes, I'm just looking here, Dave. Worcestershire have lost 3 of their 4 so far. Somerset have lost, or will be losing, 2 of their opening 4 because they're going to lose against Surrey.
Here comes Carson. Sort of walks up to the crease and deliberate. Might have kept a whisker low. It was a little leg side-ish. Hamid tries to whip it away and just gets a tickle on it onto his pads. 31 without loss. At this rate, Notts will be home and hosed by tea time as Hamid gets another single. This is potentially a 28 overs to go between now and tea. So if they go along at this rate, they'll win comfortably. They're currently going along at 5.5 and over.
Yeah.
Likely they'll remain at that, you'd have thought, but they've made a brisk start.
Not a good game here against Hampshire. They've made a decent start to the season.
Somerset are 38 for 7. Slater chops this to backward point. Like I say, seems as if Sean Dixon's out with a broken finger as well. So effectively, they're nearly done and dusted. 3 wickets to Worrell, 3 to Clark, 1 to Lawrence. 38 for 7. It's all about saving a little bit of face there, really, isn't it? Lewis Gregory's not out. And who's to come? Leach and Davey at the bottom. And that would be that.
Well, that's not... well, he batted very well at Hove. You can back, can't you, Jack Leach, but they're going to lose that game, aren't they? Notts will go top with a win here. Well, stay top, I should say. As in comes Ollie Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and Hamid lets that go through to keeper Simpson. There is no run. Sussex will drop down because Surrey, with the win this week, would go above. If Sussex don't win this game, Sussex will only return home with the 3 points. They go to 52. I think Surrey will take 22 from their match, so they'll be 60. Notts will be clear of the pack. But then everyone else has got games in hand then. Durham up to 45 points. I think we said yesterday this table's going to concertina over the next couple of weeks. Sussex off next week. Comes Robinson. Balls. Wide outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. No run.
Tony T's been in touch. Afternoon both. Interesting to you making a comment about the loam earlier, Dave, out there on the square. From the pavilion end, you can definitely see the curve on the ground. And is this too early to start feeling confident about the red ball season? Never too early to start feeling confident, Tony. As I understand it, I mean, the comparison I was making this morning was with Hove, where I don't know if you've been there, but from the, what's it called, the far end?
Cromwell Road.
The Cromwell Road end.
Robinson in bowls. I mean, again, that's a good carry through to Simpson. No run.
You're running downhill, aren't you?
Yeah.
Actually, you're running downhill. We had Andre Adams listening to us earlier on. He always said he found it very difficult to get sorted out, to get comfortable in any sort of rhythm at Hove. But yeah, I think just your first mark there. I think the table, as they call it, the actual square, is fairly flat. But I think there's just a slight incline going up from both ends. The bowlers run up. I think that's fairly normal on most grounds. As Hamid runs this to backward point, no run. 33 without loss. Sorry, Adrian.
No, I was going to say, interesting last week, Gus Atkinson, if you haven't bowled at Hove, it often takes bowlers a little while to adjust, and Gus Atkinson bowled no end of no balls, as did in the first match Lewis Gregory, who would have played T20 cricket at Hove, but really struggled down the hill at Hove. Kept overstepping.
Always look forward to the tweets of Anthony Gibson. He just put, "This is desperately poor from Somerset."
Oh dear. There's a bit of chat going on. I bet Slater's got something in his eye.
Yeah.
John Simpson got something in his eye a little earlier on today.
It's that sort of year, isn't it? Sort of time of the year, isn't it? With the midges and the gnats and bugs flying about.
Well, they should get a full week of cricket next week, because I say the forecast is good next week, right through to the weekend, I think. So Lots of cricket, although Sussex and Notts will have their feet up, sort of, I would imagine. No.
This was down the leg side. Is it your end or mine? It's down the leg side.
Sorry,
Anyway, it goes through
sorry,
to John
that was,
Simpson.
I apologise. I don't want to
You're enjoying it. You're putting your feet up.
I was, yeah, putting my feet up. Sussex will be. I think there'll be a little bit of feet up. I'd imagine they, that one way or t'other, Sussex will be. I don't know what. Well, they might stay up tonight. I don't know. But either way, I'd have thought 3 or 4 days off because it's been a pretty tough opening 4 weeks. Yeah. I'd have thought maybe 3 or 4 days off and then back in, and then looking ahead to the game at Hove against Worcester. Robinson, 3 slips and a gully go down. Bowl, that's good delivery. Oh, well bowled Robinson, and he beats Slater and will go through to Simpson. There is no run. End of the over, 33 without loss. Ollie Robinson has bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. Typically miserly from Robinson. But Sussex need a wicket or 2 here, just to put a few little jitters into the Nottinghamshire dressing room.
Yeah, half the team's playing this week and sitting out next week, and obviously vice versa. It's like the way it's panned out for Notts. Really, get 4 games out of the way, and then a little break, 10-11 days without a fixture, just to recharge, refresh, and indeed change the overseas. Fergus O'Neill becomes Mohammed Abbas. Here's Jack Carson, not John, as I called him in the news bulletin. This next one, the first ball of the new over is played out onto the leg side by Hamid, 33 without loss. So 115 more required by Nottinghamshire, who were made to wait until about 1:15, 10 past 1:15 before they got those 3 wickets this morning. So Hamid whips this to mid-wicket, no run. Stopped by Clark, low down to his right.
Lucky to get away with that, Jack, actually. That was almost a long hop.
Comes in past umpire Neil, bowls, and again Notts captain turns it to leg. He set off briskly, and then they both quickly realised there was only ever going to be a single. 34 without loss. Left-handed Slater on strike. He made 20 in the first innings. Caught at slip by Coles from the bowling of Jaden Seals. Carson operating with a slip and a short leg, and Slater again cuts it into the offside and will get a comfortable single. 35 without loss.
John Simpson will have half an eye on the Sussex over rate because they're showing up -1 at the minute. I mean, there's plenty of time to make that up, but they're only going to take 3 points out of this game if they lose. They won't want to lose any of those 3 to a slow over rate, and I've noticed them running between the overs, which has been good.
Yeah, I think the umpires like to see that. This is turned on to the leg side for a single. It's very much within the umpire and the match referee's power, but as long as you're seen to be trying to keep the game moving, I think they tend to look favourably.
I agree. It's the bringing out of the pads and the helmets and all that sort of nonsense halfway through and over that they get irritated by that.
We'll have to sit there and watch somebody getting dressed. Next ball is chopped away by Slater again, a favoured scoring area of his, but this time it's nicely fielded by Tom Alsop. And that's the end of the over, 36 without loss. Carson's bowled 2 overs, none for 8, 4 of those coming from a very loose first delivery. He's tightened things up since then, but whether he's going to be the answer to get some of these 10 wickets that Sussex need remains to be seen. 36 for none.
Yes, I'm not writing Sussex's obituary in this game just yet, but on the assumption they do lose it, I think if you'd have said to them at the beginning of the season, for the first 4 games you'll win 1, draw 2 and lose 1, I'm saying they'd have taken that, but I think that would have been that would have represented a decent start to the season. Paul Farbrace always said, give us 4 matches to appraise where we're at. In comes Robinson bowls, taken by Simpson outside the off stump, no run. I think that the positives have been certainly the form of Robinson, who's bowling long spells. The batting of Haynes has been a positive. I think there'll be some concern about slight lack of runs in the middle order. And the big worry will be how quickly they can get their seamers back. The week off will do Sussex some good, but Unfortunately, Sean Hunt is very long term. I'll be hoping maybe Henry Crocombe can be back in the fold. In comes Robinson. Over the wicket. Bowls. Taken low down by Simpson. There is no run.
And as you understand it, what is the situation with Jofra? Does he have ambitions to return to the Test side? And if so, does he intend to get his performances recognised to get into the Test side via the county championship, or via the fact that he used to play Test cricket and used to bowl very quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything that you read, and I've not spoken to Jofra for a long time, everything you read is that England are hoping he's going to be fit to play some red ball cricket this summer. Here comes Robinson, bowls, and Hamid is forward and plays that down to third man very carefully and picks up a single. He goes to 29, Nottinghamshire 37 without loss. I mean, looking at the schedule, the feeling seems to be that there's these matches against India A coming up in June when the IPL has finished. So I think they're possibly inked as possible Jofra matches. In terms of Sussex...
And who would that be for? England Lions?
Yeah. So get some red ball cricket. But also, Sussex got a county championship match up at Durham, which I think is before the Test series starts. So that might be a game that possibly might see Jofra. In comes Robinson. Bowls down the leg side. I think that's flicked the pad and it's gone away for 4 runs. And Nottinghamshire are rather racing away here. 41 without loss. They were indeed leg buys. Yeah, I think... if Sussex were to get 1 game out of Jofra in the Championship, I think they'd probably be quite pleased. But certainly that's all the feeling you get. What you read in the press from Rob Key and others is that they're he's had a decent IPL and they're hoping he's going to be fit. But until you've bowled,
it's a world of difference in bowling 4 overs and
enormous.
25 overs in a day.
Yeah, Robinson in bowls, good delivery and played by Slater to Gully, fielded by Haynes. There is no... Well, absolutely. I think there's no question about that. And I think the problem England have got, haven't they? You've got Mark Wood who's injured. You've got Jofra, they just don't know. It's a good job they've got Josh Tongue, who looks like he's fit and raring to go, and Gus Atkinson. Yeah, the last time Jofra played 1 game for Sussex last year, which was the T20 quarter-final against Lancashire. Here comes Robinson. In and bowls and tucked onto the onside by Slater. There is no run. 41 without loss. In fact, that game, the game when I went to Norwich City to see the Albion on the Friday and worked there, then came here on the Saturday, I've got a feeling Jofra played in that game. Yeah. And I think he went round the park. I think he made some runs, but I think he went round the park.
I've got a funny feeling the only time Jofra's been here for Sussex, he got none for 100 or
yes, he did.
Or something.
Yeah, I think it was. When was that? That was the year Brighton went up. So was that 2017? Yes, 2017, I think. I think he made a few runs, but he didn't do much with the ball from memory.
I'll find it. Here's Carson bowling to the Nottinghamshire captain, Hamid, and great deal of effort expended there by Hamid. It looked like he was going to try and whack that. Well, we were having a quiet little drink last night, but in the end it just managed to work it away down the ground for a single. So Slater back on strike. Short boundaries to his leg side. If Carson drops it short, that's a favoured shot of Slater, but he doesn't. .42 without loss, 106 more required, and that will be the end of this one.
Yep.
4th match of 14 for both these sides. Slater again chops into the offside, and there's no run. 2-day match, Trent Bridge, 21st, 22nd of April 2017. Nottinghamshire 447. 202 not out from Ricky Vessels. I'd forgotten that. He went ballistic, Ricky Vessels. 22 4s and 7 6s. And Hamid now smashes this down the ground. He's not hanging about, the not skipper. Love to see him when he's playing positively like this.
Yes.
Taking it very much upon himself to get Notts home quickly. In that first innings then of 447 all out in 2017, Jofra Archer, 27.5 overs, 3 maidens. He did get 3 wickets. 155 runs.
Yeah.
155 runs from 27.5 overs. McGoffin got 5 for 51. 47 without loss. It comes again, Hamid, and once more it's dispatched into the outer reaches of Trent Bridge Cricket Ground. 1 bounce for 4 down to the Hound Road stand, and Notts have the 50 up. Obviously, when you're looking at a scorecard, it's 51 without loss. When you're looking at a scorecard, things come back, Adrian. And Steve McGoffin got the first 5 wickets in that match. It was 88 for 5. He got the first 5 wickets, and then he went off injured. He didn't play any further part. That's why Jofra had to bowl so many overs with Whittingham and Barton, who was on debut. I don't think Whittingham played that many games, did he?
No, he didn't, and then he had to pull out. He had back problems, Stu Whittingham. Played for Scotland a bit.
There's Carson bowls and is defended. So 447 Notts made on the first day, and then
we got blitzed by. You had a very good pace attack in that game, Dave.
155 Sussex made in their first innings. All the wickets were shared. James Pattinson 4 for 22, Stuart Broad 2 for 38, Luke Fletcher and Jake Ball. And following on, Sussex 204 all out. Again, the wickets were shared between Broad, Pattinson and Fletcher.
I think Jofra made a few in one of those innings, 40 odd maybe. It was a defiant at the end.
Let's have a look. Yeah, 47 in the second innings. Very good.
Ollie Robinson, Sussex need a wicket. Comes in and bowls. Slater very nearly drags that on.
In fact, 40 in the first as well. So 40 and 47, but 3 for 155 from 27 overs.
I remember speaking to a very cross Chris Nash at the end of that game. He doesn't normally get cross, but cross is probably the wrong word, but he was very disappointed in the Sussex. But would Chris have captained in that game? Maybe he did.
You're asking an awful lot of me here, Adrian.
Yes, I'm sorry, Dave. I'm really, you're the whiz.
No, LJ Wright.
Oh, Luke skipper, did he? Well, that's interesting. I don't know why I spoke to Chris. Yeah. In comes Robinson, bowls. Good lead by Slater, through to Simpson, no run.
I did say off air yesterday morning or this morning that I'd got a photo somewhere of you with Chris Nash taken at Horsham, and oh really? He said, and I've had a little look in the luncheon interval, and I found it. I know this isn't great radio or whatever. I'll show you the photograph, but it's from a tweet, and the tweet I put was that Chris Nash has joined Adrian on comms to talk about Mike Yardy's retirement.
Well, I'm blowed. Comes Robinson, bowls. Slater clips that down to fine leg and picks up. Could you WhatsApp that or something to me, Dave? It'd be nice to keep that from
of course.
records, and I can show it to. I think I still got that shirt.
I mean, Chris looks about 13, and
Yeah.
and so do you, to be fair.
52 without loss are Notts.
And there was another photograph where we did, again talking off air, we did say that actually you were mob-handed for that game at Horsham, because both you and John Lees were there with me, and I've got John Lees on commentary, and it is you because you're in the same shirt.
Robinson in bowls. Forward comes Hamid, plays down the track to mid-on, no run.
And I've put there that former Sussex coach Peter Moores now joins John Lees on commentary.
Yeah, there we are. Here we are, Leesy with his cap on.
And that's the same match, if not necessarily the same day.
Outside the
Horsham 2015.
God, crumbs, where does the time go, Dave? It's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Apologies showing photographs.
No.
And no, I meant to the listeners and the viewers. It's not great, but that literally it is all it is. It's a picture of Adrian and Chris Nash.
Robinson in bowls. That's wide outside the off stump and through to the gloves of Simpson. No run.
Remind me when the game's done. I'll send you it if you.
Yeah, thank you. We talked about Somerset a bit earlier on, Dave. And just look at this middle order. You know, you think you've got Abel, Banton, Rue. Between them, they made 7.
Yeah.
I watched James Rue down at Hove earlier this season. I have to say, I thought he looked $1 million. He really did.
Young Kanga.
Apparently, his younger brother is apparently as good a player.
Yeah,
But,
he played in the 50 over competition last year, didn't he? Kangaroo.
Comes Robinson, bowls again wider. Just doesn't quite got. He's just frustrated, isn't he, Ollie? He just slaps his hands together. He's trying everything he knows. Ollie Robinson, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. He's been economic, but hasn't been able to break the breakthrough. And Nottinghamshire, 52 without loss, are heading, unless something absolutely dramatic happens, towards victory here at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, I'm sure Mead and Slater have just had a chat. We'll be let's keep going. Just keep going.
No?
See if we can do this ourselves. Let's not use anybody else. And then, of course, it becomes interesting in terms of Ben Duckett and his practice for England, because he had a very brief time in the middle in the first innings, out for 9. New over starts. Well, Nottinghamshire now 52 without loss. Remember, they've been set to score 148 in 5 sessions. Probably won't need all of those 5 sessions, expecting this to be done either just before tea or just afterwards. But they've made a fine start. We're in the 12th over of the innings. Sussex have already gone from the quicks to the spin as they try and winkle out an early wicket or two. Asiba Mead is leading the fight. He's raced to 38, played some delicious shots. Ben Slater's just been watching at the other end. Only scored 8 from far fewer deliveries this morning. Notts had to wait until about 10 past 1 before they got the last of the 3 Sussex wickets they needed. 2 wickets for Farhan Ahmed, 1 for Brett Hutton, as the visitors were bowled out for 278, leaving Notts a victory target of 148 and already 52 on the board.
Is that music again, Dave?
Yeah, quick blitz to the team at Wembley. This one's hit out into the offside. No run. They live in the dream, aren't they? They think they live in the dream. 52 without loss.
Well, it could be if they win the FA Cup and get in the Champions League. That's not a bad season for Nottingham Forest.
No, I don't think too many people saw that coming. As Slater gets his 9th run, turning it on the leg side. I don't think too many people saw Nottinghamshire being top of Division 1 of the County Championship after 4 games, but that may well happen. The disappointing performances of last year, hopefully from the home perspective, are behind them. It's a funny old game, as Jimmy Greaves used to say, as this is dropped on the leg side. As we know, winning and confidence can seep through a side just as easily as defeats and a downward trend as well. You can get used to losing and just not scrapping your way out of trouble, but you can also get used to just finding a way to get it done, sometimes even when you're not at your best. And they're the sorts of wins I think cricketers, well, all sports men and women like best. Finishing victorious when you maybe not even at your best. You know you've got a little more to deliver.
Totally. We've got to change of bowling. Jaden Sills is going to try his luck from this Ratcliffe Road. Just John Simpson just having a quick word to Ollie Robinson there. I wonder if that was whether they fancy giving Ollie a blast from the Stuart Broad end. We shall see. But he's tried his spin options. Hasn't tried James Cole. He's trying everything he can here, John Simpson. But at the minute it's Nottinghamshire in control as Jaden Sills is in and bowls, and that's absolutely belted through the covers by Ben. Well, he absolutely threw everything at that. It was he's gone for 6. My word. Well, I didn't realise it had gone for 6. I mean, he's just belted that over the covers for 6.
And Blackwell turned round and he told us first. He signalled to this end and realised he was looking in the wrong direction, the umpire, to turn round and signal to the far end.
Well, did you realise that?
No, I lost the flight of it.
Yeah.
I heard the thud into the advertising boards, but he was obviously following and turned around and signalled 6 to this end, and then realised, well, who am I signalling to? The media?
59 without loss as Seals is in. Bowls. Slater pulls onto the leg side. Ball runs here, and Nottinghamshire in a hurry here because that's another boundary pulled away by Slater. Jaden Seals looks slightly demoralised, too short, and Slater rather helped himself. He goes to 19 and Not's already 63 without loss.
Yeah, there comes a point, and I'm not necessarily saying they're there yet, but there comes a point where you realise, yeah, it's not going to happen.
No.
It's not going to happen.
Well, 85 more needed, and I think already you can just see...
They needed Notts 10 or 15 for 2, didn't they,
Yes,
early on,
totally.
just to give them a little bit of belief. Right, we've got 2 of the top 3 out. If we can go bang bang again and say get them 30 for 4 and 60 for 5 or 6, then we might do this.
Seals around the wicket. Bowls to Slater, who plays this very calmly out through the covers, picks up a single fielded by Hudson Prentice. He goes to 20, Notts to 65 without loss. Some good finishes around the country, you know. Down at Bristol, a very good game. Leicestershire in their second innings are 37 for 4, needing 106 more to beat Gloucestershire. So that's good. Probably finish today and be a good finish. A little dull down at Derby, but Middlesex 232 for 6, still trailing Derbyshire by 240. Ben Geddes, fine young player who was released by Surrey during the closed season. 36 not out. He made runs last week as well. He's a good cricketer. In comes Seals. Bolt. Well, that is a good delivery to Hamid and goes through to John Simpson. No run.
Did skip us, sorry, I think season before last in the Metro Bank, the one-day competition. So they thought reasonably highly of him, but very difficult to force your way into the side. And from afar, I don't know if it's a case of Surrey letting the player go or the player deciding. There's 17 other counties there. I'm sick of being in a queue to try and get a spot at Surrey. I'll go somewhere else where I might get some more cricket.
Yeah. In comes Seals. Bowls. Forward comes Hamid. Plays to Coles, who comes in from gully. There is no run. Yeah, I think very much the latter, really. I mean, there's only so many times you can knock on the door. I mean, in fairness to Surrey, they have had a long production line, haven't they? Young players who've come through the ranks and have made. I know they seem to get a bit of stick. I think a little unfairly, to be honest, that it's all players have been bought in, but they've got a lot of homegrown talent at the Oval. And Geddes was another one. I was talking to Mark Church about this, and he felt it was one of these players who might go away to a county for 2 or 3 years, and then they make their way back to the Oval. Anyway, in comes Seals. Bowls, and much better ending to the over from Jaden Seals, but Hamid picks up a single. He goes to 39 and Nottinghamshire to 65 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottinghamshire. Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle in the sunshine at Trent Bridge. If you're just joining us, Sussex bowled out this morning for 278. John Simpson top scoring with 74. Jack Carson 43. That pair adding 87 for the 8th wicket, giving Sussex just a little bit of a squeak of hope. Setting Notts 148 to win, but on a beautiful batting day, the sun out, good pitch. That was always going to be a tall ask to bowl Notts out twice, and Nottinghamshire off to a very solid and sound start, looking largely untroubled, 65 without loss. Skipper Hamid leading the way on 39, Ben Slater on 20.
It'll be Carson to continue. The Women's Metro Bank One-Day Cup competition goes on. Second game for a lot of these sides. The Nottinghamshire, the Trent Bridge based side, the Blaze, as Hamid cuts the first ball of a new over to backward point, no run. They have been set to score 201 at Chesterley Street against Durham. They are 58 for 1. All the scores and updates as ever on the BBC Sport website and app. As Carson comes in and Hamid defends. Just want to mention the Warwickshire game only because I mentioned it this morning. Should this game go to day 4, and it doesn't look like it is going to day 4, we were to be joined by the Warwickshire and Central Sparks player Chloe Brewer tomorrow. So this is chopped away by Hamid. Down to Seals at third. There's only a single, 66 without loss. Chloe made 44 for Warwickshire women, but the standout score on that scorecard, 130 for Emily Arlott. Warwickshire women are playing Essex women. So look at what could have been, Adrian. We could have been talking to Chloe about her innings and that 130 from Emily Arlott, but seems like we won't be having Chloe's company tomorrow. 66 without loss. Get stuck into the snooker again tomorrow. If we're not here,
you'll be glued to the telly.
Have a little bit of the snooker. I was watching it during the week as the next one's turned away on the leg side, and of course typically we come here first day of this match and there's a 147, wasn't there? Ramon Callan got a 147, but lost track a little bit with the last 3 days being spent, long days here at Trent Bridge. 67 without loss knots, already broken the back of this run chase over halfway. Next ball is defended by Hamid. It's 2:45-ish. There'll be some sore feet in the capital. All the people that done the London Marathon. I guess round about now it's not quite the stragglers. It's not fair to call them stragglers. No. The people, not the elite athletes. They'll be coming towards the finishing line. 67 without loss. A lot of feet. A lot of people raising a lot of money for charity. There'll be all the fancy dress runners. They'll be crossing the line. I always used to have a pound on the Pink Panther to win, but he never did. He used to run every year and never won, did it, the Pink Panther?
There's always somebody who sort of goes around in a diving suit. Yeah. So it takes about sort of 8 days to go. There's always somebody.
Doctor Who's TARDIS.
Yeah. When I was a little fitter than I am now, Dave, I used to try and get around the park run locally. I was always at the back, but it was always a bit demoralising when you see someone running along with sort of a pushchair with a child in the buggy, and they're running around with their dog. You think, crumbs, come on, Adrian. In comes Seals around the wicket, comes in and bowls. He cuts Slater in half through to Simpson. Good tumbling take down the leg side, no run. A couple of emails. Scott Earl's been in touch. Scott was in touch yesterday over in Bangkok, recovering from a heart operation. Scott says, I'm still recuperating at home and really enjoying the match as well as the commentary. I do like the reminiscing about games and players back in the day, but 1984, he was talking about Rob Andrew, was 41 years ago. Say it's not so. Well, I'm with you on that. I know it's actually very scary. Marcus in West Bridgeford has been in touch. So, should be very local to the ground.
Well, he could have popped his message in through the door, couldn't he?
Seals is in bowl. Short, pulled away by Slater, and he's going to be caught. That's a very good catch by Ollie Carter. Out at deep square leg. It was pulled away by Ben Slater. Would have gone for 6, I think, but Ollie Carter leaping high, just a few yards inside the rope. And the wicket has gone down. Not too much celebration from the Sussex lads, but Jaden Seals picks up another wicket. That's his 4th of the match. His 5th of the match. Slater is on his way for 21.
Yeah, so Ben won't be overly thrilled with his contributions in this game. Not done a deal wrong, but out for 20 and 21. He's got knots off to a fastish start. Very much has played in the shadow, quite rightly, of Asib Hamid in this innings, because you could tell that Haas was very much in the groove, but short ball pulled away out to the big boundary, and as Adrian described, it was nicely caught above his head by Ollie Carter. So chance with 60 or so required for Ben Duckett to come out and just have a little bit of time in the middle. It was a very brief stay in the first innings, out for 9, a little bit of a loose shot, inside edged it behind to the keeper.
So Marcus says, enjoying the commentary and the live feed. Question in respect of potential slow over 8 punishments. Do the umpires factor in required fielding changes if there are considerable amounts of left-stroke right-handed combinations? I think the umpires are generally pretty fair on these things. That's one where I would think they would expect the fielding side to be getting around pretty quickly for a left and right hand. I think it's the things, Marcus, it's very much, the bringing out the pads, the helmet required halfway through and over. Captain and bowler taking ages to make a fielding change. I think left-right combinations, they'd probably expect the fielding side, but if they were dawdling the fielding side and they were taking forever to move around, they may well think, that's going to go towards a slow over 8.
Yeah, like I said at the time, the umpires like to think that the fielding side want to be seen to moving the game on as quickly as possible.
In comes Seals, bowls to Duckett, who's Hit the pad, the ball goes through to Simpson, no run. Sorry, Dave.
I was just going to say, I've got one, Adrian, from the Laughing Magpie. Dave, you've just been talking about Notts being the top of the league after 4 games. And don't forget, we were robbed of a win by the weather last week at Edgbaston. Yeah, I mean, we'll never know how it would have panned out, but it seems likely as if Notts would have won last week as well. Yeah, good point. Thank you, the Laughing Magpie.
Johnny's been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, loving the season so far. I think as a Sussex fan the title is far from my mind. As long as we stay up and the keep continues to progress, that's fine by me." In comes Seals, bowls, and Duckett is forward a little uncertainly, played into the covers. The throw comes in from Haynes. My word, the fielding in this game has been absolutely tremendous. Tom Haynes there from cover, one stump to shy at, knocked the stumps down. Now, Hamid was well in his ground, but that's the umpteenth time.
Yeah. I've got to say, there's not been a run out in this game, but the stumps have been hit so many times.
Honestly, that was tremendous. We saw it so much in the, from Notts, and the catching the out cricket has been tremendous. 68th one, Duckett on his way. I'm just a little worried about the balance of the team, says Johnny, and the ability of taking 20 wickets. No shame in losing here, and it's been a solid start. Well, I would agree with that. More to come. In comes Seals over the wicket, bowls, and Hamid just plays and misses outside the off stump through to Simpson, no run. Johnny says, "I distinctly remember the 2017 game you mentioned. I recall Ricky Vessels was dropped early by Harry Finch off of Jofra Archer. I also recall getting phone updates in my A-level politics class of Vessels and Broad hitting a number of sixes. A quick word on Somerset as someone who watches a lot of them, thanks to my Somerset dad. Broadly speaking, their batting has been very average since 2017, a year they only just staved off relegation. Taunton used to be a road until 2016, when the club decided to make more result pitches." In comes Seals, right up in the block hole, clipped away by Hamid. That's going to go for 4 runs, unless it can be chased down on the boundary. Hudson Prentice can't get round to stop it. And Hamid didn't time that as well as he'd have liked, but he picks up a boundary nonetheless. He goes to 44 and Notts to 72 for 1. Just finished this off. This coincided with the rise of Leach and Bess in a title push, beaten only by a Middlesex side with one John Simpson. Since 2017, they've not had a solid batting lineup, and they've been out bowling teams rather than out batting them. Keep up the commentary, says Johnny. What a lovely email. Lots to think about there. Somerset certainly having a dreadful time this season.
Yeah, mentioning a few names there. I mean, I think, was it 371 Banton got in the first innings? And he's only got in total now about 400 runs, I think.
Yeah.
It was the same last year, I think. Sam Northeast on the opening day of the season, or the opening 2 days of the season, got 350, and then he got 4 or 5 ducks and single-figure scores to back that up with. It's Carson then into bowl to Ben Duckett. Pushes this out under the offside. This is a little challenge for both of them here. Carson will be well aware that Duckett has all sorts of shots in his armoury. There is Jaden Seals at backward point, and I make that because obviously if Duckett quickly turns round and goes for the reverse, then Seals very much in the action, and Duckett slams this down the ground. Well, he came out and wafted the bat 2 or 3 times in the first innings and didn't last very long, and on this occasion he's just smashed the heck out of the ball there. Hit it very, very hard straight down the ground for 4.
Yeah, good shot. You were saying something then, I was going to make a point and I can't remember what on earth it was. What are you talking about?
Who knows?
Dear, oh dear, what's the matter with me today?
76 for 1. Yeah, Ricky Vessels took a particular liking to scoring against Sussex. This has turned on the leg side. He got 199 one year down at Hove. Of course, his dad Kepler played down there, single taken, and he I interviewed him afterwards. And he says, "Yeah, I've already had a text from my dad saying, well, 199's all right, but we still haven't had 200." And then he got 200 here against Sussex. I think it was the next year, the match we were talking about.
Just
we're waiting for a bat.
Yeah. Talk about Sam Northeast. It's out for Hamid. Yes, because that was I remember Nick Webb saying it was an awful game at. I think it was at Lords. Yeah, and Sussex had a championship game at Lords last year on an awful wicket. I mean, there was never going to be a result after day one. I mean, for me, this pitch, I said it earlier on today, roll this pitch up and take it around the country, because this is a good 4-day pitch. Bit in it for the bowlers. If you work hard as a bat, you're going to make some runs. This is what you want to see.
Carson, from the pavilion end, armed with a new bat, not skipper. Let's this go through to John Simpson. Didn't need a new bat there. Too wide for anybody to play it. 77 for 1 at Trent Bridge on a lovely sparkling early summer day. As this one scuttles along, didn't bounce very high there, and Hamid plays it from in front of his shins out onto the offside. No run. Big winners for Notts in this game. I guess Asib Hamid with runs in both innings. This one's driven into the offside. Josh Tong with his second fiver for Nottinghamshire. Again, he's looked fit and well. Single taken there, 78 for 1. Fergus O'Neill has, you'd imagine, now finished for Nottinghamshire. I guess there'll be 2 or 3 people hanging around the dressing rooms at the end of the day saying, "Can I have your shirt, Fergus? Can I have your shirt?" as they like to do when a player's leaving. So that they're going to be the principal big winners. I think Farhan Ahmed can take an awful lot from his performance once again. 4 wickets on a track that's been dominated by the seamers. We've got a bowling change.
We have Hudson Prentice. He's coming into the attack from the Radcliffe Road end of the ground. Just coming back to your email, Johnny, you were talking about Sussex and saying I'll be happy as long as they stay up. I think any side getting promoted from Division 2, it's a big leap. There's no question about that. It's like the leap, I think, going in football parlance from the Championship to the Premier League. As in comes Hudson Prentice. Over the wicket, bowls and forward comes off. It's a ball of good length and plays it down the offside of the track. No run. I think if Sussex can, you want to stay up. You don't want to slip down after a season. So Sussex stay up. 2 or 3 good victories. I think that's a good season and something to build on. You don't want to, all those 9 years of being out of the First Division, and find yourself going back down. So I agree. I think staying up.
There is a world of difference, isn't there, between Division 1 and Division 2?
And Ollie Carter said that on the first day. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowl short, pulled in the air, and he's going to get away with that, is Hamid. They're chasing back towards the boundary. Is Daniel Hughes. He didn't time that at all, but 2 to Hamid. He goes to 47, the total to 80 for 1.
A lot of vertical and not much horizontal.
Yes. And Ollie Carter said, it's just relentless. I'm not saying Sussex can't finish in the top half of the table. I think they can stay up. I think that's a good season. Then you want to build on that the following, much like the Albion have done in football. You get yourself up and then you consolidate, and perhaps a player or 2 comes in or whatever, and you get yourself established as a First Division club. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls. Hamid is forward, plays to mid on. But I share your concern about taking 20 wickets, particularly because of the bowling resources which are being stretched. I said pre-season I felt if Sussex could make enough runs, then they've got an off-spinner in Jack Carson who can hopefully spin them to a few victories, particularly as the summer wears on. But there's an if there. That's if the top order can score enough runs. I think Sussex have been quite fortunate with the fixtures. As I say, they only play Surrey, Essex, Notts and Durham once, which I think is helpful. Hudson Prentice in, bowls and defended onto the offside by Hamid. There is no run. But I think in the last 2 weeks we've seen, had the strength of the First Division. I thought Surrey were very good last week. Paul Farbrace said at the end of the 3rd day, when the players were off a bad light, he said to us in the interview, I think we've rather got away with one there, because Surrey were looking to pile on a big lead at Hove, and they do look a strong side, Surrey. Yeah. And Notts here again looking. So, Sussex at the end of this 4 games know that it's, this is going to be tough cricket this summer, but they're good enough, more than good enough to stay up. Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Hamid, who's forward, plays down the offside, no run. But so I'm bracketing on rather.
No, you're right.
I think it's an important game coming up against Worcester. Hove has become a ground that Sussex haven't lost, but if they could win that game, and they're a little pressure off going into the 2 remaining games before the T20 start. 2 difficult games. I know Somerset having a bad start, but I always think Somerset at Taunton's tricky, and Hampshire are a good side, particularly under the former Sussex skipper Ben Brown, who's look forward to catching up with Ben later on in the season. Hudson Prentice, that's a good delivery. Beats Hamid outside of the off-stump through to John Simpson, and there is no run. So end of the over. I'm glad to say the Sussex over 8 is now showing as 0. So If Sussex do come out of this with 3 bowling points, they shouldn't lose any for a slow over 8. 80 for 1. Hamidu's been very impressive in this game. I think the way he's batted Dave with his, what did he make, 85. He's now 47 not out. His fielding has been excellent. And I think he's handled his bowling attack well as well. He's had a very good game.
He has indeed, yeah. Going to be Carson to bowl his 7th over. He's not really been able to dry up the runs from the far end. 6 overs so far, none for 27, his figures. He's bowling to Ben Duckett, and again Duckett drives down the ground for 4. He played that shot in the last innings, or in the last over, I beg your pardon. Straight down the ground for 4. That gap needs plugging.
He does. He's got Ollie Roberts a little too wide there. He needs him a little straighter at mid-on, because that's as I say, he's played that once. I think Ollie Roberts, that's what Robertson back, or is he going to come a little straighter? He's too wide there.
It's difficult, isn't it? Where are you going to take a fielder from to plug each gap? And you look around and you think, well, Duckett can score runs there and he can score runs there. Let's see, comes down the track and he can score runs there. He's smashed this high down the ground and hits it for 6. And Ben Duckett's in a hurry. He's either got a tea time, or he's another one that wants to get back and watch the footy. 90 for 1, 10 from 2 balls at the start of this over.
Do you think if we don't get to tea that the scones and jam will be downstairs? I'm going to get a little anxious here now.
I'm sure you'll be all right. If you just pop downstairs and say, do you know who I am? They'll look after you.
They'll say, no idea, mate. On your way.
90 for 1, Nottinghamshire. I'm sure they're already baked and ready. So 6 and a 4. Or a 4 and a 6, to be strictly correct, from the last 2 deliveries. This next one's just tossed up by Carson. Brave delivery there, but Ben Duckett not lured into going for a big hit. Just drops it on the leg side. Duckett on to 16, so he's already gone beyond his first innings score of 9. And he comes again and just helps this onto the leg side. That's flat and hard, and one bounce over the advertising boards and into the stand for more, and difficult now for John Simpson and Jack Carson.
Yeah.
Do you keep the spinner going and just hope he mistimes one, or do you say it's not going to be today, Jack, let's try something different? 14 from 4 balls. Carson in again. Duckett turns it to leg, no run. Fielded at mid-wicket by Carter, who caught Ben Slater, the only wicket to go down. That was when the score was 67. This pair have already added 27 from 21 balls since then. Duckett on 20. Carson to conclude an expensive over down the leg side and helped away for 4 more by Ben Duckett. So 18 from that over. Might be time for Jack Carson to take his sweater. Not that it's just not the situation really to pop him on and see if he can weave your web and spin us to a quick 5 for 30 and get us back in this game. 98 for 1. I think the damage had probably been done by that opening partnership. 67 pretty quick runs, and it's always going to be an uphill task whatever happened, but once 67 for the opening wicket, just really setting it up for Duckett to come out and, as we've seen, play pretty much as he likes.
We're not going to make tea, are we? In comes Hudson Prentice. Over the wicket bowls to Hamid, who's forward, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Yeah, it's not. We're at 7 overs for 45. Is Jack? I mean, he owes Sussex nothing here, because without his 43,
no, you're right.
We wouldn't have even been. But I just wonder, with Duckett on the rampage here, whether John Simpson will think, it's probably worth just give save from further punishment, really, because Duckett looks like he wants to finish this ASAP. In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls, and Hamid plays slightly in the air, well fielded at mid-wicket by a sprawling Daniel Hughes.
And it's it's a chance for. I mean, I don't know the characters, but somebody. There's an update we're not so well on the way now. They need 50 more. They are 98 for 1, having lost Ben Slater for 21. Good catch out in the deep. Short ball from the West Indies quick. Jaden Seals, and Slater just couldn't keep it down. Took on the bouncer, but found the man out on the leg side fence. That was 67 for 1, but you fancy with a run chase of 148, the damage was already done. Out came Ben Slater. He's just gone 4-6, 4-4 in the same over from the spinner. So he's underway. Hamid is on 47. Notts 98 for 1 in the bright sunshine. Need 50 more.
Yeah.
I don't get a jingle. I'm lucky if I get Goodle.
So you didn't get much notice for that update, Dave.
98 for 1. Duckett's only faced 11 balls for his
Yes.
24.
I suppose. I mean, will Duckett play that? Because the first test starts here, doesn't it? Towards the end of May. Hudson Prentice bowls to Hamida. Sorry, plays into the offside. There is no run.
I know you didn't properly ask the question there, but the answer is this may be his only game before the Test match.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have thought. I mean, he hasn't had much batting. The first test is here. You need time in the middle. I'd have thought they might play Duckett here against Hampshire, might they? I mean, why not?
I understand there is an ECB, an England training camp that week.
Is there? Right.
Get them all away and
Hudson Prentice in and bowls, clipped away to Hamid, 2 mid on. Ollie Robinson fields, throws at the stumps, misses. First time for a while. A throw has missed the stumps, backed up by Carter there, and so presumably no Josh Tongue in that game.
my feeling is that you prepare for a Test match by having players out there performing and the bowlers bowling and the batters batting. But it almost seems, I hope I'm not being disrespectful in thinking it, but it seems like they're being disrespectful to Zimbabwe in that it's a 4-day Test match, and that's almost earmarked in as the preparation for the.
Balls to Duckett, who pulls it on. Oh, now Finn Hudson Prentice has hurt himself. That's not good for Sussex. Well, he's hopping around with some discomfort. I don't know whether he turned his ankle slightly there, Finn Hudson Prentice. He's taking his cap. The applause is for the 100 up. When he's hobbling away, he's feeling his left ankle. Is Finn, but he's not sort of signalled towards the dressing room, so hopefully he's just
or the skipper.
Tweak. Yeah, 100 for 1. Hamid to 48, Duckett on 25. Yeah, I mean, I'd have thought, what better preparation? I mean, what so the next round of matches start on the 9th of May. So I think that's 2 weeks before the first test. You know, Duckett plays here. There's no travel involved. Playing at Trent Bridge. You know. There you go. They're keeping Jack Carson on, you know. I'm a bit surprised at that.
Yes, he's going to bowl to Duckett, and he can't resist, can he? Ben Duckett, he swishes away at that one and just drags it onto the leg side to Carter. 100 for 1. Yes, it seems the England management want to get them all together for a few days. Nothing wrong with that, but then down on one knee. This is swept away on the leg side. There'll be a single for Duckett. And maybe they should have, you know, if that was the plan, maybe they should have allowed them to play 2 games before the planned escape, the planned team camp.
Well, the Test match starts here on Thursday, the 22nd of May. So, you know, I don't get that.
Still 3 weeks away, isn't it?
Well, ridiculous.
101 for 1. 3.5 weeks. Hamid has been marooned at the non-striker's end for a while. Gets back on strike and takes a single to move to 49. Made 85 in the first dig, so he's in excellent form here. His last couple of matches have seen him score 92 and 138 not out. 85 in the first innings. 49 not out in this. 102 for 1. You can pencil him in for his 1,000 runs already, I think, for the season. Yeah. This is chopped away on the offside. Seals will just pick the ball up rather than field it. It stopped by the time it reached him at point.
Yeah, but I can understand they wouldn't want Duckett to play at Durham, for example, when you go up there on the 16th of May. But here against Hampshire, what a great opportunity. Anyway, what do I know?
Again, swept away a slog sweep, and it's gone for 6. He was down. I mean, as we all know with Ben Duckett, he's not the tallest, and very low centre of gravity there. Got down and sort of swept it up into the air, into the stand for 6 more. It's taken a bit of a shining to Jack Carson.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is doing Jack's confidence a lot of good, to be honest.
Duckett on to 32 from 16. Some reasonable touch in this innings, doesn't he? Next one is hit up into the air but out onto the offside, and if it takes a kindly bounce, which it will, it'll go for another 4. 36 to Duckett. As a
Jack Carson's not happy.
No.
He snatched his jumper from the umpire there, and he's a very competitive cricketer, as Jack. But you know, it's not for me to say what they should do, but I think Duckett is rather enjoying life. They're not so going to win this game, and I'm not sure it's helping Jack a lot. He's bowled, what, 8 overs for 57. Still at the Oval, a bit of low orders. Pretorius, 44 off 38 balls.
After I said the 2 to come in are Davey and Leach, I saw the
David
slip
batted
Davey
3.
in at 3. So whether that was because they had to do something with Sean Dixon out with the broken finger, but that's quite an elevation from 10 to 3 for Josh Davey.
Here comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Hamid, who's forward, plays onto the onside. Good running between these two, gets Ben Duckett on strike. And Hamid goes through for his 50, his second 50 of the match in 79 minutes and 71 balls with 8 fours. Well, he's had an excellent match and he looks in good form. And we've spoken a lot in this game about openers, about Dominic Sibley and about Haseeb Hamid. And there are plenty of good openers around the country who will be, just putting themselves in the frame for England's selection. Here comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Duckett plays to mid-off. There is no run. Of course, Ben Duckett does open the batting for England. I'm not sure I'd call Ben Duckett a traditional opener because he doesn't like to get on with it. But if you were looking at the openers who can hang around. I'm not saying Duckett can't hang around, don't get me wrong, but traditional opener, I would say Hamid is a traditional opener, as is Dominic Sibley.
Yeah.
In that they're the sort of players they are, as opposed to a Crawley or a Duckett who like to get on with it. Hudson Prentice in bowls. Duckett pulls onto the leg side, takes a single to Jaden Seals, who needs to move promptly to his left. There is no 1 run. Sorry, what to talk about. Duckett goes to 37, 114 for 1.
I know he sort of lost a bit of favour towards the latter end of his England time, but I was always a big fan of Keaton Jennings. I think he's a terrific player.
Yeah.
But there's been a few that have been in and out the side.
Well, few have had the chances that the current crop are getting. There's no question about that. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls, and Hamid is forward into the offside, fielded by Carter, no run.
You venture north of here, and they will all say that Adam Lyth was discarded much too early. I mean, I don't think we'll go back to Adam Lyth, but he's just, he's scored good top of the order runs throughout his career, hasn't he?
Alex Lees is another one.
Yeah, of course. Callum says, superb this from Ben Duckett. He understands most of us want to get back home for the FA Cup. Getting a move on.
Hudson Prentice motors in, bowls to Hamid, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no running. We want to give it away here. It's got to 50, and Skipper will want to see Nottinghamshire home. They need another, 34 to win the game. Ben Duckett is a man in a hurry. His 37 had just come in 19. Sussex. They're going. Well, I said no, they're not going through the motions. That'd be unfair. But this is a lost cause now, unfortunately. But Hudson Prentice runs away from us. In and bowls, and Hamid is forward. Good stop by James Coles at third slip, prevents a single being taken. End of the over, 114 for 1. Hamid 50, Duckett 37. Hudson Prentice 3 overs, no wicket for 6. But as I say, I think the defining part of this match was that 80 runs that was put on by
Liam Patterson-White and Josh Tong, wasn't it? Really,
they turned the game around. 90 for the last 2 wickets, and then Sussex collapsed yesterday after he lost 7 for 78 from 89 without loss. And John Simpson and Jack Carson tried their darndest to drag it back this morning, but it was an uphill battle. Carson's staying on, Well, he's a brave lad, is Jack.
He's got Duckett on strike as well. He must be screaming out to can have a bowl at Haseeb for a change. Here he comes, Carson to Duckett, and has a look at the first ball, just drops it on the leg side. Carter doing the fielding. He's not got a lot of margin for error, has he, with that boundary about 55 yards away on the leg side.
Yeah, not at all.
Duckett can miss it, sixes on that side. See what happens now. There he goes, and he's hit this one for 6. It's a good attempt. Out on the leg side.
Hudson Prentice
Fence
out
there by Finn Hudson Prentice.
Yeah.
6 for Ben Duckett. 50 partnership, and Ben Duckett scored 43 of them.
Exactly, yeah.
21 balls. Third 6 off Jack Carson. Did say that first ball just seemed as if he was giving himself a bit of a sighter. He's gone again with another sighter, and this is many rows back into the Smith Cooper stand for 6 more.
Oh, Helter.
Did he catch it?
Yeah, I think he did.
126 for 1, 22 more needed.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is great for Jack's confidence, really.
Here he comes. Duckett's on 49. And he's gone down there in a conventional sweep. He'll take the 50, knowing he's just one away. And that's a quick fire, destructive half century from Ben Duckett. 50 from just 23 balls, 5 4s and 4 6s. And, we talked about, does he need practice? It's a difficult one, isn't it? Yeah. But it is 3 weeks away, that first test match here. And Mead pushes this into the offside for another single. They were neck and neck before that ball, actually. Mead 50, Duckett 50.
I should think Duckett may go ahead of him here.
Well, he's got a chance, hasn't he? That's 14 from 5 balls in this over.
That's probably the quickest half century of the season, I would imagine.
Got to be up there, isn't it? Knots only need 20 more. Here's Carson, and this one's hit all the way down to a wide-ish long off for a single. So, was it 15 from the over? Again, Jack Carson takes his sweater with an air of somebody that's mostly unamused with what's happened this afternoon. He's got figures of 9 overs, none for 72. 129 for 1.
He's going to get 8 and over is Jack. I know that he has got a finger problem, which is why he's not been fielding in the slips or the gully where he would normally field. In the game against Somerset, he bowled a lot of overs, and I think he had a slight injury with one of his fingers there as well. But he's he batted well today. He'll be back, will Jack. But in comes Hudson Prentice around the wicket to bowl to Duckett, who's clipping this firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. There's a slip in a gully, a sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg, but the body language of the Sussex lads is that they know this is the game is up here with just 19 needed to win. And Notts have made pretty short work of clearing it. Only had the 23rd over. Hudson Prentice in, bowl short. Duckett pulls away. Is he going to be caught? James Coles is underneath it. And it's gone down. Well, I'm not sure he got there, did James Coles? It was swung away by Ben Duckett. James Coles went hairy. Has he hurt himself as young James?
Let's hope not. No,
he's all right.
Getting up.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to make any difference to the result, but he went... he was looking to hook that away, wasn't he, Ben Duckett, and it's gone high in the air and not very far, and James Coles chasing on. I'm not even sure he got to the ball. Honestly, he had his back to us. But Duckett survives. He goes to 52, 130 for 1. Hudson Prentice on his way again. Bowls to Hamid, who is edging to first slip. That's a good bit of fielding by Tom Alsop.
Went along the ground. Just in case this does finish quickly, and there is the possibility, of course, many thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to join us over the course of days 1, 2 or 3, whether you've just chipped in for the odd 5 minutes, you've been with us for large bulk of the time. Very much enjoyed your company and your thoughts, your contributions. The reason we do it, the reason Adrian and I do it and all the other BBC commentators is because we know there is such a demand for county championship cricket.
Hudson Prentice in bowls and Hamid defends into the offside. There is no run.
So a huge thanks to everybody. It's a bye week next week, as we've repeatedly said, for both Notts and Sussex. But the games that will go on, there will be commentary on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course all the counties playing next week. I'm sure they'll all be able to welcome you onto their live feeds if you want to watch the pictures as well. Again, huge thanks to all our camera crew this week: Lee, Lewis, Ella, Spence, Barney, Aaron, and Wilson.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Hamid just nudges that one down to third man. Jack Carson around very quickly, but they'll come back for a second run. Good bit of field on there by Carson. Gets in the throw, but two more to Hamid. He goes to 53, 132 for one. And
to Aaron and Kirsty, who look after the production side of things. Keep us on air, keep us on the straight and narrow. Yell at us if we're nodding off or we're veering away too much from the cricket. We do like to have a bit of a ramble, and we've enjoyed one or two of the topics we've discussed over the 3 days.
Practicing, Hamid is full. This finishes is over. 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 10. And Notts needing 15 more to wrap up the 3. And
that was prompted by T getting in touch, saying very much thanks to you and the team, Dave. The mighty Green and Golds think these are a team of world beaters this year. Well, early days, T. Early days, 4 matches out of 14, but you'd rather be where Notts are at the moment than where they have been after 4 games in some recent seasons, shall we put it. Last year it was at times very difficult for everybody concerned, and nice to see 1 or 2 smiles on faces of people watching the cricket here as Carson comes in, and Hamid this time drives down the ground for 4. That's the trouble. Duck it will hurt you, so you get somebody else on strike, bring the field in a little bit, or don't protect the boundaries a little bit, and then Hamid has, he's had a nice net now. He's been out there for over an hour, faced 80 balls, so he's not going to miss out.
No, indeed.
11 required. 137 for 1. Notts defeated Durham by 8 wickets. Their only win this season. That's wide of the off stump through to the keeper. Unless they lose, obviously, another wicket. It'll be a 9-wicket win here. Hamid on 58, Duckett on 52. Partnership 70. Notts captain blocks this one. It's not hugely statistically minded, Asib Hamid, but a little not out again following his 138 not out last week. Won't do his averages too much harm.
No, he's batted beautifully in both innings.
Jack Carson bowls to the skipper now, and again he drives into the offside. There'll only be 1 this time, 138 for 1, and with 2 balls left in the over and not requiring 10, this could be over quickly. Might not, but obviously could be.
Well, Duckett might fancy this. He's already, 3 sixes into that stand.
What is it, 4 in all? So I think they've all...
Well, they've all gone in there. I think they have, yeah.
There's Carson. Oh, he's gone on the reverse and missed it. When you can hit the ball as cleanly as him playing orthodox cricket, you sometimes wonder why. Why?
Yeah.
So 1 ball left in the over. Carson 1 for 77. The last ball of his 10th over, round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, chops it away for 4 runs. And Notts now requires 6, 144 for 1. And Duckett is up to 56 not out. And I think we could be just about to start the final over of the match, Adrian.
We could. Well, you commentate on it, Dave, because Notts are going to win. Just to add to what you were saying, to your thanks. Thank you to everybody who's been in touch. Thank you for your emails. Can I say a huge thank you to everybody here at Trent Bridge? I've been made incredibly welcome, from the stewards to the people on reception. Very nice lunches which are provided here at Trent Bridge. Of course, your company as well, Dave. It's an absolute delight to come here, and thank you all very much. It's sorry to see Sussex lose, but it's been great fun, and thank you to everybody here.
Thank you, Adrian. Lovely to catch up again. I keep saying we don't play each other enough times, and a real shame we don't go down to Hove. Here's Hudson Prentice. Bowles, this is dropped on the leg side. Couple more have come in quickly. Charlie, thanks Dave, to you and Adrian. Always enjoy it when we play Sussex here, you and Adrian together. Never thought we'd see this in the first 4 matches. Need to build and bank the points now. We'd be away a lot more later in the season, or we will be away later in the season. Thank you, Charlie. Thanks for all your contributions. And to Steve Crawley, maybe Carson should start bowling bouncers like Phil Edmonds used to when he didn't think he should be bowling, but probably a bit late now. Thanks to everybody. This is drilled back to the bowler. Dave Noble, lovely to hear from you, Dave. Thanks for the comms as ever. An afternoon in the garden sunshine listening to a Notts win has helped take the edge off the relegated from the Football League hangover. So who's that? Who's your team, Dave? Carlisle United fan, Dave.
Are they going down?
Yeah, Carlisle have gone with Morecambe. So
both in the northwest there. Yeah.
Thoughts with you and yours, Dave. But appreciate you getting in touch as Finn Hudson-Prentice bowls and beats a lead on the outside, 142 for 1. Safe travels later, Adrian, when you head back down south, and give my love to all the lovely people down at Hove. Nice of you to mention the Trent Bridge stewards here. I always say, I'd like to think the gold standard around the counties, as far as I'm concerned, is when we go to Hove, and also the lovely green-jacketed people here who, without fail, always say hello and try and make everybody feel welcome. So lovely to hear you feel the same. This is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. Notts need 6. Notts having a bit of a love-in with our friends from Sussex. All the best to all the supporters as well for the rest of the cricket season, and whether this is your favourite competition or you prefer the other forms, just enjoy your cricket, and glad you've enjoyed the output this week from Trent Bridge. Finn Hudson-Prentice bowls to the Notts captain, and again he's happy to block. This is good from FHP. 4 dots in a row.
No, it is.
In fact, 5 dots in a row.
Somerset have now lost an 8th wicket. Pretorius out for 54. So Surrey are going to win. That will change the table around a little bit.
So these 2 games might finish round about the same time.
Yes.
Wonder if Finn Hudson-Prentice here will bowl a maiden with Notts requiring 6. I did say it'd probably be the last over of the match. It might not, but Notts are still one big swish away from winning it. Hudson-Prentice bowls, and it's not going to be a big swish. It's going to be a single for Hamid, so he moves on to 60, 143 for 1. It's 1 or 2 more, Adrian. Sorry, but lovely to hear from people. Try and get them in whilst we're on air. Penny Huggard, another of our regulars, been down south for grandparenting this weekend. Dave, want to thank you and Adrian for keeping us updated. Excellent live stream as always. Yeah, thanks to Kirsty and Aaron for that, and the camera crew. Keith Avers, thanks Dave, bit late to the party, thanks to a 48-mile bike ride this morning. Was there on Saturday. I agree with Adrian about the catching and fielding in general. See you for the Hampshire game. Thank you, Keith. Next ball's worked into the offside by Hamid for a single, 144 for 1, and it's going to be Carson to duck it with 4 required.
I think
good luck, Jack.
Yes, poor old Jack. He's taken a bit of tap here, hasn't he? 10 overs for 82 so far.
So here we go. Carson to duck it, who's on 56. Bowls now and cut away past Jaden Seals, but there's going to be some protection out here on the fence. They're going to come back for 2. So Duckett will be back on strike. 146 for 1, and Notts require 2 to pick up their 2nd win of the season. If any more messages come through, folks, sincere thanks for trying to read as many as we can, but generally we get 1 or 2 people just with late contributions. No doubt this week thanking Adrian for being with us. 146 for 1 as this is pushed into the offside. Clark Fields, and you fancy we're very close to the end here. Carson bowling with 2 required. Duckett on strike, raises his bat, cuts it away out onto the offside, and he'll get a single, so scores are tied.
Yeah, let the skipper score the winning run, perhaps.
Duckett 59 not out, Hamid 61 not out. 2 balls left in this over. Alistair, thanks for the coverage. Great coverage over the weekend, and enjoying another great Notts win. Thanks, Alistair. Thanks for your contributions. Next ball is hit, and they're going to take a cheeky single, and the throw again I think hit the stumps, but is home. Hamid is home, and Notts have got the win by 9 wickets, and Asib Hamid has very much led from the front there, finishing 62 not out. Ben Duckett 59 not out. They've rattled up an 81 run partnership to get Notts over the line, and Notts will take 21 points from this game, and that's going to, at least for the time being, plonk them fairly clear at the top of the table. Obviously a lot of sides have a game in hand, but it's a 3-day victory for Notts over Sussex, and I guess it all stems back really to winning the toss on the first morning, sticking the visitors in and having them come by lunch. If you don't get...
Didn't make enough runs, they were always coming from behind. They fought back hard on the second day, but those last 2 wickets putting on 90 runs rather took the game away from Sussex, and then that middle order collapse didn't help. Notts thoroughly deserving to win. They've dominated the game throughout. Food for thought for Sussex as they have a week of Worcester.
They've done it to the football. One Nottinghamshire side here has enjoyed a successful day. Whether you're a black and white or you're not interested in football or whatever, there'll be a lot of people in the city hoping that Nottingham Forest can get through to the FA Cup final a little later on. But for the cricket lovers, and there are many still here inside the ground, I have to say Notts have made a start to the season that surprised me, in that they've won 2, they've drawn 2. They would almost certainly have won last week but for the weather at Edgbaston, and they've got off to a very, very fine start indeed, and the cricket's been pretty enjoyable. The toss was crucial, as it so often is, but they've got over the line. As for Sussex, very much enjoyed the 3 days, lovely catching up with Adrian, and you know, it's one defeat. I've looked on with admiration from afar all the runs that Sussex have scored. I don't want this to sound patronising, but I'm just absolutely certain you'll stay up and you'll have a successful season.
Yes. I as I said, a little bump in the road. I think the home form will be absolutely crucial, but a bit of reflection for Sussex, then Worcester coming up in a couple of weeks. But thanks again, Dave. It's been a wonderful 3 days. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you, everybody. From us all at Trent Bridge, I'll do 1 or 2 updates for BBC Radio Nottingham in the next minute or 2, but from the live stream and on the BBC Sport website and app, from Adrian, myself and all the team, a very good afternoon from Nottingham.